Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February cycle of ACSE Commission meetings. We want to thank everyone for your patience as we ironed out some tech difficulties and appreciate the team for their earnestness. We'll be making up some time on the front end of the agenda, so I'll keep my comments brief, and I will ask our teammate Denise from CDE to facilitate the roll call.
Chair Tostin.
Present.
Vice Chair Graff.
Present.
Commissioner Estes. Commissioner Hamilton.
Present.
Commissioner Liu.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Michel.
Present.
Commissioner Notch.
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa. Commissioner Ruiz.
Present.
Commissioner Snipes.
Present.
Commissioner Sorter.
Present.
Commissioner Topalian.
Present.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Present.
Commissioner Ding.
Present.
Commissioner Tugstergel.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Would we all rise to salute the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Vice Chair Groff, will you please review the agenda items for the day?
Yes, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our February meeting. We have a full agenda. We're starting off with the presentation by CARS, the California Association of Resource and Special Educators, which will be followed by our new Special Education Director's Report. Welcome to Rachel Heenan. We're glad to have her with us. Then we will have lunch after that, and then public comment will follow. So we encourage the public to be able to submit and to phone in or to online be able to submit any questions and comments. After that, we're very fortunate to have the California Tribal Families Coalition for Students with Disabilities and the Northern California Indian Development Council. So we're very pleased to have them with us to make a presentation. After that will be Key to Ed, which is CDE's project to inform a model network for IEP program meeting facilitation, followed by a break, and then the Pathways to Partnership, which will be an overview of their project with a statewide system of support. We will be having in-person and online committee study sessions. So we'll have the Goal Award meeting to be able to make plans for the future, followed by general public comment, and then adjournment approximately at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, or thank you, Vice Chair Groff. Just brief announcements this morning. Wanted to highlight within our agenda, we've embedded our committee time. All of the committees will be facilitated from the dais, and so the chairs of those various committees will remain here. If you are part of that committee or wish to be a part of that committee, you're more than welcome to stay on the dais and continue your participation in the committee. If you are not participating in that committee, we would just ask that you exit the dais at that time so that we are just focusing on the business at hand for those committees. We have chosen this approach to ensure that all of our communications and conversations are transparent and in line with Bagley-Keene. And so this is the cleanest solution at this time for us to be able to spend some of our time together working on some of the commission's business, but also adhering and relying on the infrastructure we have in place currently. We'll continue to talk about how we facilitate our study sessions with the department, but please plan on this being the approach through the remainder of this year. This morning, we also need to take a few moments, and I want to acknowledge the 4 commissioners who are joining us online because of travel and weather and other circumstances. We appreciate your commitment of time and dedication to be with us here virtually. We have 2 swearing-in ceremonies that need to happen, and we are thankful to have Board Member Yoshimoto Tori with us today to facilitate the swearing-in. So I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair and Vice Chair. On behalf of the State Board of Education, it's my pleasure to be reappointing both Commissioners Christine Oyakawa and Commissioner Barbara Sorter, each for another term through December 31st, 2027. Okay, thank you. So, can we confirm that Christine Oyakawa is here?
Does not appear that she's joined us at this point, so we'll circle back at a later point in the agenda if she joins.
That's wonderful. So let's proceed with Commissioner Barbara Sorter's oath, and then we will loop back at a later time. Are we on Zoom, the both of us? Okay, excellent. Thank you. So, Commissioner Sorter, congratulations. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Barbara Sorter,
I, Barbara Sorter,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States,
to the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
of which I'm about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When we see you in person, we have a lovely certificate for you with your name that's signed from the State Board of Education. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Sorter, thank you for your continued service. We look forward to our future collaborations.
Thank you.
So as we go into our meeting, I just wanted to share with us a general commissioner protocol while we were on the dais for presentations. We've structured the agenda for roughly 45-minute slots for each of our presenters and have asked them to prepare a presentation. It's 25 to 30 minutes and allow for some Q&A from commissioners for roughly 10 minutes and then potentially 5 minutes for public comment. While those are soft timelines, we want to try to adhere to them as much as possible so that our agenda, the timing of our agenda doesn't get too far off schedule. And so while we have a host of questions on the dais, we want to honor all of them. And so we would ask commissioners to identify, if you have a question, please raise your hand initially so Vice Chair Groff can see the full queue. And we have everyone who's planning on making a comment, we have that knowledge in advance so that we can monitor and adjust our time accordingly. We want to make sure that we have the space for our commissioners who are joining us online to also ask their questions. So we will go questions in the room and then close with questions from commissioners online, and then I will wrap us up and transition to public comment. So just wanted to review that protocol for us, that in no way is intended to dampen your interest in conversation with our presenters. We recognize we don't have much time, but we want to make sure that we're able to hear the information, engage, and leave space for our members of the public, as well as stay on time with our agenda. So with that, I think what is a very rainy day across the state, we want to thank so much our first presenters from the California Association of Resource and Special Educators, CARSplus, Lana Tellis, the president, and Matthew Cobble, former president, will be sharing with us a bit of information about their organization. And I want to give a special shout out. Their conference is this weekend, and so they are going to be getting on the road immediately following this meeting to deal with conference logistics and a great opportunity this weekend. So we're very fortunate to have them with us today. Thank you so much, Lana and Matthew. We'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay. We are so excited to be here today and so appreciative of you for letting us come and speak and share with you. We have a lot of exciting things coming for CARS, so we're really happy to be here. Hopefully I can make this work. You do it. There you go. Okay. So quick introductions before we get started. Obviously, I'm Lana Tays. I'm the current president of CARS. I am also the liaison for CARS through ACSE, which is really exciting. I am a secondary resource specialist by trade. This is my 10th year at Tehachapi Unified, and I do enjoy my job. I'm 9th grade, so it's been a fun year. And I have a strong background. I've been in education for 20 years. I'm old, and I have a lot of leadership and training in social emotional learning and restorative practices, and holistic practices is my trademark. That's just always been my focus when working with students. Doctoral candidate in educational leadership, so if we look tired, that is part of why. I've been in CARS for 11 years. It's been 11 years since we've been on the board.
I can't remember what happened yesterday, so if you say so.
Go ahead.
My name is Matthew Cable. Thank you guys for allowing us to be here today. I am excited to be here. I love seeing the interpreters, by the way, so I just want to recognize you guys. I first started education as an American Sign Language interpreter in a very small town in Southern California, and kind of worked my way through to being a special education teacher, but I'll get into that a little bit later. I'm currently a university lecturer, full-time faculty at California State University, and I am the residency coordinator for Bakersfield City School District in the SJB program. If you want to see a model of effective residencies for special education, BCSD has an amazing model of what that looks like. And I'm also the program advisor for California State University for the special education department. I'm also a doctoral candidate and will be defending here relatively soon, and get to share some of my study and research with you guys this morning. Not the full thing, of course, but at least a little bit of it.
All right. So this is just an overview of what we're going to talk to you about today. Obviously, give you a brief overview of CARSplus, the organization. We want to delve into a little bit of the research that Matt has conducted. We want to talk about our new district representative program and IDEA funding initiative that we just started a partnership with some members of CTA, which we're really excited about. We can't leave without talking about convention, and just a little call to action at the end. So I am going to refer to my notes a little bit till I get better at this. But as we're an all-volunteer board of special educators along with general education peers, we are well represented at CARS. We have current educators, retired educators, support staff, students. Rachel Ding is our liaison as well. And we have Saran coming to our convention to present on Friday. So we're really excited that they're a part of CARS.
Not to mention the past president that's sitting back here, too.
Yes, whoop, whoop, represent. Forgot where I was, sorry. So we have a diverse board, which is really nice. We make up about 20 members on the current board. We have an executive board, region directors. We're currently in the process of aligning our regions with CDE, so that's been a process in the making, which we felt was really important. We have ledge director and then various directors and liaisons. Our new CTA liaison and general education and administrative liaison, and of course Rachel, our student liaison. This is the first time in a really long time, I can't tell you how many years, but probably a good 10 to 12 where we actually have a full board. So we're really excited about that. One of the things that we are most well known for is our affiliation with the adoption of Ed Code 56362, which is the 28 caseload cap. That's probably about the time when CARS really formed. We were originally a resource organization, and we changed it a few years after that to include everyone in special education. And just a brief overview of our goals as an association. From its inception in 1981, are to provide professional support to our members, increase public awareness of special education, and identify current issues, to develop policies as guidelines for action, and to represent and protect the interests of special educators through proactive involvement in Legislature and the California Department of Education.
Oh, that's my turn. All right, so I feel like I'm kind of preaching to the choir here when I'm talking about job satisfaction for special education teachers. So I'm not going to jump really deep into the statistics or any of that stuff. You do have copies of the slides, but I do want to cover a few things that I think is important when we discuss special education job satisfaction. And that really comes with one thing, which is my own experience. Our lived experiences really do shape our lives. And so I want to just give you guys a brief overview of how I came to be where I am right now. The truth is, I would not be standing in front of you right now if it wasn't for CARSplus. My story is not unusual either, because I teach to special education future teachers. And so I get to hear all of their stories of how they're getting into the classroom as a special education teacher. My first day as a special education teacher, I walked up the ramp to my trailer, and the principal at the school handed me the keys and said, "Good luck." My first job was at McDonald's. Anyone else in here? Just curious. No? My first job was at McDonald's. In the first 2 weeks working at McDonald's, I received more training to work at McDonald's than I did at all as a special education teacher. I was on a substandard credential, is how I started. The district was not required to provide me any support, any mentor, because of the stip that I was on. And so for that reason, my support came from me asking questions and being curious. The saving grace for me in that situation was when a teacher dropped out of going to the California Association of Resource and Special Education's Plus conference, and the slot opened up for me to go. Otherwise, I don't think I would have continued in education, because when I went to that conference, I met people in the same situation as me. I networked with people that were far past where I was, and kind of said, here's the light at the end of the tunnel. I went to sessions where people were able to say, hey, here's some things that can help you in the classroom. I met with experts. It's the first time I ever heard the acronym RTI or MTSS or PBIS or any of the other acronym soup that we have in special education. I often ask my students, what is the expertise of a special education teacher? And then I say, well, what's the expertise of a math teacher? Mathematics. English teacher? English. Science. Pretty straightforward. But what's the expertise of a special education teacher? I would suggest that the expertise is access and assessment. We have a tool set to be able to sit with students and say, here's your curriculum right here. Let me show you how to access it. Here's appropriate behavior. Let me show you how to access that appropriate behavior. Here's how you behave emotionally. Here's some ways that we can access that emotional behavior. And then I assess those students and I figure out where the strengths are and where the needs are so I can help those students become better. That was learned through the California Association of Resource and Special Education, through CARSplus. It wasn't learned in the classroom. It wasn't learned as a teacher. That's my experience. I'm an advocate for this association because of what it's done for me. Now, if you guys look at the chart up here, sorry, this mic keeps cutting out. If you look at the chart up here, you can see that, and this is the most recent data that we have because I checked last week, so unless CTC has released the 22-23 data, the 21-22 data shows that we have about 60%, which is roughly 6 in 10 special education teachers are on substandard credentials. Think of the implications of having a teacher in your classroom that has no idea what they're doing. 6 out of 10 in mild, moderate support needs and in extensive support needs. They don't know what they're doing. The paraeducators in those classes have more experience and understanding of how to do the job than those individuals that happen to have a bachelor's degree and were able to pass the CBEST or have it waived because of AB 130. So this is something to consider, the impact of having individuals who are not qualified, fully qualified to be in the classroom, and the impact that they're having on their students. Special education teachers drop out at twice the rate of general education teachers. Think of that. Why? If it's the same exact job, why would the rate be double of where they drop out? This is the problem. This problem is so recognized that the IES released a grant at the end of this last year, investing $5 million workforce to find out why this is an issue and what we can do to repair it. They're looking for people to explore this issue so that we can figure out how to fix the problem, how we can support our students with special needs, and how we can better support our teachers and our workforce. So I did a survey. It was a fun survey. My study is mixed methods, so I'm going to preface with this. I just got the results back before this PowerPoint was due. I'm still in the middle of analyzing everything. For those of you that are in doctoral programs, you can understand the process here. I don't know what the actual model is going to look like when I'm done. So I'm presenting to you guys some very preliminary data of what this looks like. So we're looking at 4 independent variables, right? I looked at 4 different things. I can tell you right now, there's a lot more than 4 things that impact job satisfaction for special education teachers. And the whole point of this was to figure out if job satisfaction is an issue, it's leading to burnout. It's affecting our attrition and retention rates for special education teachers within the state of California. I mean, this is a national problem, but I'm just talking about the state of California. Okay, this is not a new issue. Since the 1960s, this has been discussed. And so the first graph that you guys see here, this is the results of workload on special education teachers. I do want to say, though, when I looked at workload, one of the factors that I assessed was caseload as well. So how many students you have on a caseload as a special education teacher. And the multicollinearity was so close that they actually found that workload and caseload were just too far connected that I can't connect them as part of variables. Which means when we talk about workload, we're discussing caseload as well, the amount of students that you have on your caseload. So our Pearson's R rate here, which is the 0.736, this is saying that this model is strongly significant, okay, that there is a significant connection, relationship between workload and job satisfaction for special education teachers, okay? Our R squared and our adjusted R squared is telling us the percentage. So roughly 50% of what's impacting special education teachers' job satisfaction is workload. Okay, and we can use the same rationale here for the next one, administrative support, but notice it's higher, right? I can tell you that in my experience, I've been so blessed to have administrators that are absolutely amazing. My favorite administrator, well, this is live, right? Okay, one of my favorite administrators did not have a master's degree and only passed the CPACE to get that administrative credential. She was absolutely phenomenal. She was supportive. She came to the class. She broke that wall of just leaving me secluded, came and checked on me, asked me how I was doing, gave me the resources and support that I needed to be successful as a special education teacher. By the way, I taught middle school before this. Any middle school teachers in here or past middle school teachers, right? You can understand then. It's literally like, remember the Titans type of situation, right? It can be crazy. And she gave me the support I needed. Administrative support is vital. What are we doing within the state of California to support our administrators so that they can support their teachers? Okay, and I want to say this goes across boundaries from special education to general education. We're talking about teachers in general here. They all need the support from administrators. Okay, compensation. Show me the money. All right, this is highly significant. Look at this, 0.772, right? Our adjusted R square, 0.71. Money is important. When I have to stress about how I'm gonna live, that's important. Now, I said my study's qualitative as well because it's mixed methods. And the comments I haven't been able to look through yet, but I can tell you experiences of teachers that are living in their cars. I know teachers that are living in their cars right now just to do their job. They're showering at 24-hour fitness before they go to work to teach. compensation is vital. And this is so vital that the state of Hawaii gave a $10,000 stipend in 2020-2021, cutting their shortage in half just with that $10,000 stipend. It makes a difference, and pay does make a difference. Self-efficacy. I think this is valuable because you can see how low this is, which means that self-efficacy is not really, it's a moderate factor. It's not really a big impact. The way teachers feel about their belief in how they're doing isn't really necessarily a huge impact on their job satisfaction. And we can see that these factors really come down to, in this study, workload, administrative support, and compensation, among other things that will be identified as part of the qualitative part of the study. I want to encourage you that these are some ideas that we can think about to improve these areas. Of course, more pay, if we talk about compensation or other things, okay? But caseload size is directly connected. We were discussing the new logs that teachers have to do. I can tell you right now that the special education teachers in the state of California are not happy about all the additional work they're being asked to do. Just to stay out of the legalese, right? We're just requiring them to take on more, okay? Caseload size. It makes a difference if you have 10 kids, 15 kids, or in some people's cases, 38 kids on your caseload, okay? And in my study, we did find that there are several special education teachers that are over their 28 limit cap for RSP. So we have a lot of teachers in the state, which makes sense because we have a shortage, that are taking on a lot more students than they need to, or they're supposed to legally. Recognition. Setting up a community, we can see the importance of classrooms and community. When we have a community, a good culture within a district and within a school, it makes a huge difference. And it's something that administrators, even though I realize as a leader, administrators are strapped. I know that they have a workload as well. But there needs to be a way for them to get in there and see their teachers and spend time with those students. As I mentioned earlier, CARSplus. Any type of professional development is good, but getting teachers out of their districts and meeting others, experts in this field that can train them how to better support these students makes a huge difference. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that type of support. This study is important to me because this is a passion for me. I love to see special education improve. Like I imagine everybody here in this room, we want to see the support given to these students with special needs. We want to see them lifted up. And the way we can do that is not only investing money and time and effort, support and services to them, but remembering that there are teachers that are the front line, and we need to provide the support to them because they will continue to leave this profession, and it will continue to be a revolving door where they just walk out. As a lecturer, as a clinical support supervisor for a university system, even this year, I've had 3 students on substandard credentials that have walked away in the last month from this job. I ran into another one of my students who graduated, who now works full-time at Starbucks and says she's happier at Starbucks. I think we need to consider these issues so that we can help improve this issue.
But there's good news.
Gloom and doom.
What's really cool, okay, so while we were talking to, is she here? Yes. I didn't catch her name. It's to Denise.
Denise?
Nora.
Denise?
So we were talking to Nora before the presentation, and we were having a conversation about how it is daunting, but what's super cool is that if every organization, even every teacher, and this is what CARS has been really trying to do when we talk about reimagining special education as a platform for empowerment, is taking that responsibility of leadership and being there as a part of the solution. And so we, as CARS, we really instill that in our members and our constituents and people that attend our conventions, that everyone is a leader and has a role to play in improving the education system. So obviously the research shows that there's always more we can do, but we need to, like I said, reimagine special education as a platform for empowerment. So that educators don't just do their job well, that they actually are able to thrive. So I just want to go over a few things. These are some of the things that we have committed to do. It's been about 1.5 years in the making of how we were going to restructure CARS so that we could be more of a support system for special educators. So throughout this period, we've strengthened our relationships with the California Department Association, or California Teachers Association, and ACSE under CDE. Our membership has shown growth. We're providing us with expanded opportunities to lend support to special educators statewide. The board dedicated this year to fostering collaboration and networking and sharing expertise at various events and conferences. So you've seen us at the Q and CTA conventions, presenting and networking. We've also done some things at MTSS and the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. So we're really trying to make sure that we're broadening our connections. This year's been particularly momentous as we achieved a fully staffed board with all region director positions filled. We're realigning our regions so they align with CDE. We welcomed new liaisons, and one of our most noteworthy, you can go to the next slide. One of our most noteworthy achievements is the launch of our district rep program, which we'll talk about in a second, and then our recent venture to form a state coalition with some of our CTA members. So these are two of the projects that we're really highlighting this year, is our district rep program and this new coalition with some of the members of CTA. So the district representative program came about as a way to come up with a solution. We had some people were thinking that maybe shrinking the board would help, that maybe there were too many cooks in the kitchen kind of a thing, and we all decided that is not true. The more people you have, the more voice you have, the more diversity you have. And so we came up with the idea of having CARS be more in alignment with like a union, how they have site reps and state representation and national representation. So it's taken about 1 year to get off the ground, and we launched it in January. So we're really going to push it at our convention this weekend. So one of the things that's important to us is what can we do to empower educators? As I said before, that's within our control, right? We can't pass a bill right now. We can't give a ton of money. And two of the themes that CARS has heard over and over again over the years from membership and constituents across the state is, one, not feeling heard, educators wanting to feel that their ideas are considered, and two, conflicting information or a lack of information in general. And so we've decided that this REP program is going to help bridge that gap. It's going to be a two-way, through-way communication where we're relaying information to them, we're receiving information in live time from sites and districts, and relaying information that we get from ACSE and CDE and other organizations. So we're really excited about that. The other thing that we are ecstatic about is our IDEA coalition that we're going to be forming with some of the members of CTA. Obviously, most of you know that for nearly 50 years, Congress has failed to fulfill its obligation to fully fund the Individuals with Disabilities Act. The IDEA Full Funding Act was introduced in the Senate in July of 2023, and this bill provides permanent mandatory funding for the grant program that assists states in outlying areas in providing special education and related services to children with disabilities. This has about 30 members of Congress co-sponsored it, and so under IDEA, the federal government committed almost 50 years ago to pay 40% of the average per pupil expenditure for special education, and they're at less than 14%, which most of you already are aware of that. And that's a shortfall. In 2021, the Congressional Research Service said the 21-22 school year, it was a shortfall of almost $24 billion. So moving forward, members of CARSplus is working with members of CTA to form a state coalition, and we're currently working on our framework and formalizing our coalition, so we're like so jazzed. CARSplus will be adopting our resolution to fully fund IDEA at our convention this weekend in Irvine, so we're inviting all of you guys to show up and just say hey. Our resolution will be adopted, and then I think CTA is going to follow suit in March or April. And then one of our tasks is organizing a mini march here in Sacramento during our convention in February of 2025, and that will kind of launch us into our March on DC in summer of 2025 to raise awareness, gather support, and help apply pressure to Congress to commit to their promise. So we're wrapping up, but I don't know if you want to say a few words about convention. We can't leave without plugging our amazing event.
The food is fantastic. There will be food there. Please, we do invite you guys. We'll be in Irvine. The hotel's amazing. They've got a beautiful pool. But in addition to all of those great amenities, there will be some experts there. You'll be able to sit and listen to folks that have been there, folks that have studied and have worked in education for years and have been able to just develop the strategies, skills, and interventions to help students with special needs. So it's a really great learning opportunity, great time to network with administrators, special education teachers, of course, and other faculty members at higher education universities. Tom will be there, correct? Mm-hmm. We love Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so here's a call to action. So change requires vision, obviously, skills, incentives, resources, and an action plan. And this is what this is our action plan. The solution lies in reimagining, as we said before, special education as a platform for empowerment. And we need to shift our focus from merely accommodating students with special needs to actively empowering them to become leaders. And this is true for special educators as well. I think sometimes we forget the adults in the room need just as much support and a holistic approach that we expect from our students. So that is definitely a goal. So providing tailored support that recognizes and celebrates individual strengths and abilities. And so I just want to urge you to join us in this mission to create special education systems that inspire and empower. Whether you're a teacher, a parent, a policymaker, or simply someone who cares about the future of our students, we all have a role to play, as we said before. And we really appreciate your time. You can always become a member of CARS. And we thank you guys very much for letting us come and talk to you today.
Yeah, thank you.
Matthew and Lana, thank you so much for all the great information. And so, commissioners, I'll ask you if you are planning to make comments or have a question, please begin raising your hand. And Vice Chair Groff will begin developing the queue. I wanted to highlight something that I think we don't pay enough attention to in our broad special ed world, the opportunity to form alliances around targeted goals that universally we all agree to. And so I would encourage you to continue developing the alliance. Right now it's around IDEA full funding, but include our partners from CASP, SELPA, SECO, all the different acronyms that exist. There are a number of core areas where there is agreement and all of our agendas align that are focused on our kids and our educators. And so how can we leverage our shared vision for special education with one collective voice as opposed to all of us speaking independently? So I just wanted to affirm the alliance that you're building and the approach to collaboration. So thank you for sharing that information. I will open up the dais.
So I'm going to second exactly what Chair Tossin said. I'm the past president of the California Association of Professors of Special Education. So I've been in the field preparing special educators for over 40 years. So I'm very aware of all the issues that you talked about. I'm also on the state board for Council for Exceptional Children. And so I completely support having a coalition. And I'm happy if you reach out to me directly. My email's on the ACSE website to add to your coalition. I think that's incredibly important. And for you to get on the road and to speak, to ACSE, to, get the administrators to really, because it's a mind shift, really, because a lot of former administrators didn't have preparation in the area of special education, and they would maybe have a vice principal and so forth do it. And so your school leaders are really essential. So we can try and recruit at the universities, but we have to retain them. And all the issues that you talked about are the critical issues that have to be addressed. I'd also encourage you, if you have a lobbyist, to help you with meeting with legislators. You talked about the cap for resource specialists that CARS was involved with. Your workload and caseload, exactly. So there's multiple things that have to be addressed. But email me directly, and I'll connect you with the organizations that I'm affiliated with to support your work. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yes.
So I had the wonderful opportunity of attending the CARSplus conference last year, and just adding on to the idea that it's really a transformative, eye-opening experience. And I think not only to special educators, where the conference provides a lot of professional development, I think it's also to general education teachers, to policymakers, to administrators, and even to students like me, because it really was a platform that empowered the whole community. And I just remember I had so many amazing conversations with educators, administrators from all over the state. And these are really the people on the ground. So it was you're deeply understanding the most prevalent issues to people who are in the classroom every single day. And I just remember tearing up and hearing about these educators who've been in their field for decades and their stories. I had a question for Mr. Cable. When will we be able to access that full report?
My defense is tentatively scheduled, and so if you would like, I can share with you that Zoom link. But I was trying to schedule the defense around 5 o'clock on a Friday so no one would show up. I actually had that conversation with my chair. So once that, because like I said, we're running models right now, but once we get to that point, it should be hopefully sometime in April, but we'll see. And she specifically asked me not to say the date.
I'm very excited to read that report, and I really encourage everyone to either attend the conference or learn more about this, because I think when I was doing my research in special education, something that really was impactful was qualitative data, and listening to these special educators about specific instances when they felt like they needed more resources, or there was an area where we could better support them and better support the students. And I think that was just the best way to understand what are all of the multifaceted issues that educators and students are facing on a day-to-day basis. So those individual anecdotes are very, very powerful. But thank you for presenting today, and we're just really happy that special educators are getting their voices out, and we're finally addressing this critical issue of a shortage of special educators and others in this field.
So that appears to conclude comments from commissioners. I would wrap up and ask members of the public in the room who are wishing to make comment to begin lining up, and any members who are joining us or members of the public online who would like to make comment, if we can begin sharing the call-in slide. Just circling back to the 60% of teachers, from the data, I believe it was 21-22, who were not fully credentialed, and a comment by Vice Chair Groff around retainment. And so seeing that 60% of individuals who were willing to start a journey of providing service and being there for kids, and our responsibility to ensure that more of those individuals transition to full credential, and we maintain our workforce. We've been aware that there's a retirement cliff coming for a number of years, and so how we begin to shift the conditions so that special education as professionals becomes a viable option for folks to have a life-sustaining wage, in addition to the need in general education. So I want to thank you for highlighting the experiences that our core special educators are experiencing as it relates to workload and some of the conditions and the opportunities for us to develop greater resources and support, and for all the work you're doing. So thank you very much. We look forward to partnering and continuing our collaboration in the future. Thank you. Are there any public comments in the room? Not seeing any line. Can I ask? Oh, one public comment in the room. We see our friend Dee. And can I ask for the slide for public comment for virtual attendees?
Hi, I'm Dee Torrington. I'm a past president of CARSplus and now currently the co-president of CATA, the California Transition Alliance. I have to say, I am so proud of them. Every time I come to this meeting, I'm so proud of something. And this time, it's these two people. But the way that they're moving our organization, making change happen, recognizing what needs to change, solutions to make it happen is just a very exciting time. So thank you. Please support CARS. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think that might be another organization for the Alliance, just making connections while we can. And so we will pause for any members of the public wishing to dial in. It appears we are working through a slight wrinkle in the room. So members of the public who are wishing to call in shortly, you will see a number displayed on the Zoom screen. But also identify the alternative pathways to make public comment are listed out on the ACSE webpage as part of the department, where you can email public comments in, and all of your comments that are emailed in are will be shared with all of the commissioners and included in a future agenda.
There are no callers.
All right, with that, we will close item 1. And again, thank you, Matthew and Lana, for your time with us. With that, we are excited to move on to item 2, our official welcome and to our new Director of Special Education at the California Department of Education, Dr. Rachel Heenan. Some of you had an opportunity to, or actually we had an opportunity to review her past history at a previous meeting where we fulfilled our responsibility in the hiring process, and having participated in the interviews, and I know that was close to 100 days ago, want to just reaffirm the committee's decision based on the expertise, the commitment and vision and passion of Dr. Heenan, who we're happy to welcome for her first official director's report. Dr. Heenan, I yield the floor to you.
Okay. Can you hear me? All right. Get this all set up. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Tostin, Vice Chair Graff, commissioners, student commissioners. It was lovely meeting you last week. I thank you for this opportunity. It's truly an honor to stand before you today, before our community and for the state. I'm here as the new appointed director for the Division of Special Education, and I'm so excited for the work ahead of me. I've been in this position for about 90 days, including weekends, so I tell everybody thank you for your grace and your patience as I learn this new position, this new system, but I know we have a lot of good work ahead of us. I know we have the right people on our team to move outcomes and improve outcomes for students with disabilities. So thank you again for this opportunity. And I also want to take a special moment to thank Dr. Carl Cohn, if he's out there somewhere, for really believing in me and always talking about the leadership for the state of California and the work that I could lead this amazing team to improve outcomes. So again, I just want to thank everyone who's participated in developing me as a leader and as a person. So I'm here today to provide you a little information about myself, my background, for those of you who don't know me, and also talk about some of the work and the priorities that we're working on in the Special Education Division. A lot of people ask me about, what is your vision? What is your mission? Well, I've been on the job 90 days, and so I'm still working on that mission and vision, but I really believe in a community coming together to create that mission, vision. And if you look on our website, there is a mission and a vision of the Special Education Division, the California Department of Education. And my job over the next few years is to work with a lot of you and a lot of our educational partners to create, modify, and improve that mission and vision. Oops. Here we go. So a little bit about me. I really don't like to be in the spotlight. I love leading from behind. I was a goalkeeper in soccer growing up and then through college, and I love to see the big picture in the field from behind, using our strongest people, our strongest players, our strongest educational partners to work together as we do in a team. So I've been, like I said, in this position for about 3 months. 90 days includes weekends because we work 24 hours a day. We think about improving outcomes for students with disabilities at all times. It doesn't stop for me. But I'm really excited about the work that I've seen in the past 90 days and the teams that I've been able to meet throughout this journey. And I know we have the right people to lead this work. The possibilities for our students with disabilities are endless, and I'm so honored, like I said, to be here. For those of you who don't know me, if you look at the slide, it's a little bit of an introduction. Oh, you can't see it?
Can we ask for the slide deck to be shared on the screen?
Let me know when you can see it. You're good?
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, it's that team to make this happen, right? So for those of you who don't know me, I come from a really small town called Swampscott, Massachusetts. It's about 3 square miles. I think I had 100 people in my class of high school. But for me, in brief, I really began my career working with students with disabilities or children with disabilities when I was in high school. I worked at a local YMCA teaching swimming, and I had my first class of preschoolers with disabilities. And I was honored to work alongside a teacher to teach this class. There we go. We good? Okay. To work alongside a teacher to teach children who are 3 years old with disabilities how to swim. That was my first experience and exposure to children who had different abilities. From there, I taught swimming at a summer camp, and it's there where I met my first deaf person who used American Sign Language to communicate. She really changed the course and the trajectory of who I am today and the work that I wanted to go into. So I really want to, I don't know where she is today, but I do want to thank her for the impact that she's made in my life. So I've been served in several capacities and several roles, as you can see from this screen. In Massachusetts, I worked as an instructional aide at a deaf school. I started out in a classroom with what they called multi-disabled deaf students. Probably wouldn't use that terminology today, but that's what the class was called. I then graduated from Emerson College in Boston, Massachusetts, and I served as a SLIPA, speech and language therapy assistant, at a few deaf schools, again, in Massachusetts. And then when I finished my master's degree, I moved out to California, and I took a job at a foster family agency where I worked with abused and neglected deaf and hard of hearing students, as well as provided resources to foster parents, foster families, and support to biological families to hopefully be reunited with their children. From there, I moved into a school district, and Long Beach Unified School District, and I started my career in the education arena as an early interventionist. So I worked right at the NICUs. I was fortunate enough to work in go into our local hospitals and work with families right at the NICU where their child might have been diagnosed with a low incidence disability. So deaf, visually impaired, mobility impaired, orthopedically impaired, or a combination of the three. So I was fortunate enough to be linked with families to provide support right away and provide the support and resources in the home and out of the home. So from there, I worked several years in the field of deafness for Long Beach Unified School District. I served as an administrator for special education from preschool through 22 during my time with Long Beach. And then the past 8 years, I served as the director of special education and SELPA for Long Beach Unified School District. And that's where I had the opportunity to meet Chair Tostin and really respect your leadership. Did it move? There we go. Right? Little technology challenges. So I'm here today, again, I've been blessed to be appointed the new director for the division. As many of you know, I work with an amazing team here at CDE. Most of you know Shiloh Duncan Bessaril. She's been with the division for 13 years. I've been truly blessed for her to kind of give her knowledge, impart her knowledge onto me for that historical knowledge background. She is the Associate Director for Data Monitoring and Compliance and serves as a leader for the division in really many, many capacities. And then I'm fortunate enough today, we have Nora Perella and Denise Lambert, who are here today, who I have learned so much from. They are also in our office and supporting the work that we do every day. And I also have Jill Amick, Cheryl Mabry Chase, and Janelle Alvarado, who are also in my office, and their pictures are there. So when you do see them, please thank them for the work that they do every day to really lead our division, and so much happens behind the scenes. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank them. As you can see, I just put 3 bullets on this slide. I really wanted to highlight that the work that we're doing isn't just focused on inclusion. The work that we're doing is focused on, and you've heard this term before, it's the rightful presence. And I think you had a presentation on that before. It's the right of our students with disabilities to be included in every aspect of the educational setting and after school and Little League and bowling and everything that every child has the right to do. But in school, it is their right. And that is a big focus that I have and will have in the work of our division. Another thing that we talk about in special education is to fully implement our general supervision and system of support. And I'll talk just briefly about that. And that is our requirement from the U.S. Department of Education as a state agency to make sure that we are carrying out what the law says for IDEA and, of course, for the state of California. And another component is supporting students birth to post K-12 setting. It is our responsibility, like I said, to meet those families in the NICU and right when they come out and need support, and support them through whatever post-high school looks like. For some students, it might be a day program. For other students, it could be work. For other students, it could be college. There are a lot of options for our students, and our job is to support them to get them to wherever their goals are in their lives. And the last thing I want to point to is, oops, is that slide? Oh, having issues. Okay. You've probably seen this from my predecessor, Heather Calamise, and the work that the department was carrying out prior to my role. This is the foundation of our work leading to student outcomes. It's a very, if you look on paper, it seems like a very simple theory. If you give students the right support, high quality instruction, and instruction, again, in their rightful placement, you give them the right supports, you're going to see a decrease in some of the behaviors that our CARS people were talking about, that our teachers are struggling with a lot of times. And you're going to see an increase in learning, an increase in individual outcomes, and then you will see students succeed after, I call it life after high school. I'm afraid to touch the button because I don't know what's going to happen here. Did that work? Okay. So the units in our division, and many of you probably don't know, we have this many small units within the division of special education. We're comprised of about 8 micro units that are required to implement the IDEA and the general supervision requirements. We have fiscal monitoring specifically related to special education. We have monitoring and compliance. We have a non-public school division. We have a complaints unit who deal with complaints and concerns from our community. We have early childhood, we have data, we have legislation, and we have contracts and interagency agreements. Those are the wheelhouse of the work that we do every day. But when I work with these teams, I always ask them, and my colleagues can tell you, I have a sticky note on my paper, and it says, is the work that you're doing right now, or how is the work that you're doing right now affecting outcomes for students with disabilities? If it's not, and if we're spending time doing other things that aren't directly impacting or indirectly impacting, then we're not doing the right thing. So a lot of times I take a break and I hold up my sticky note, and I think everybody knows now, it's like a reset. What are we doing to impact our students, whether it be in the fiscal unit, whether it be with legislation, whether we're monitoring outcomes of school districts? What are we doing? Because that is really the crux of why we're here today. Okay. So our focus. What is our focus? Let me give you first a little wider view of the U.S. Department of Education's mission and vision for special education. So if you look at the chart, they have this initiative called Raise the Bar. Really catchy. I like it. In my brain, I think of someone powerlifting, and I'm like, we can do this. And really, if you look at their outcomes, and I'm not going to touch the slide because I don't want to mess it up, their initiative focuses on priorities of a prepared workforce, using evidence-based practices in every single classroom, a focus on technology, and Rachel, we were just talking a little bit about that, engaging our educational partners, and using strategic resources to improve our employment opportunities for students with disabilities. So with these priorities, we say, well, how does this affect California? How does this affect the work that we're doing? How does this align with the work that we're doing? And how is our state improvement plan connected to this work? For us, if you look at our data, it's very similar as far as the picture of the great country that we live in. We have a lot of work to do to meet the needs of our students with disabilities. So if you look at this graph, the data is ringing true to us. We need to deliver evidence-based practices, and I know that most of you know there's a big push for that. We need to make sure our students with disabilities have content experts working alongside with either a resource specialist teacher, a special day class teacher, but we need to have content experts in every single one of our class using evidence-based curriculum. Obviously, like I said before, it's the right for students to be included. And I think sometimes we use the word inclusion and it becomes very light and people are like, yes, yes, inclusion. And that's why I really believe we need to shift our mindset, because people listen when we talk about what the law says. The law says that our students have a right to be there. So that's another area that our data show that we need to focus on. And again, let me put this into perspective. We have over 800,000 students with disabilities in California. When I was looking, doing a little bit of research, 800,000, the population of 800,000 is more than 5 states that we have in this country. So I was looking, of course, like Rhode Island, North Dakota, South Dakota. There are 5 states who have less people in their whole state than we have students with disabilities. That is powerful. That is a lot of work. So my focus, again, is that we can't do this together. This amazing office we have at CDE, we can't do it alone. We need you as the board. We need our CCE partners. We need our SELPA partners. We need our LEs, everybody working together, and our CARS people, to really raise the bar and the outcomes for students with disabilities. So that is a big focus of mine, is the engagement of our whole community in this one system. We can't have a splintered system. We can't if we want to improve outcomes for 800,000 students. The last priority I just want to highlight is, 2 priorities. Number 1 is really the plan to prioritize our alternative dispute resolution, our ADR process, to settle a lot of the complaints and concerns at the school level, at the LEA level. A lot of the times the concerns that come up to the state, most of them, I would say 99% of the time, really could be settled and should be settled at the school level. So my goal is for us to develop a system to provide support and training and use our content leads from our state SELPA to train as many people, including parents and family resource centers, family empowerment centers, on this process and how to use this process to solve disputes at the site level. We really need to do this to make sure that our students are getting the education they deserve now and not wait for 60 days, 90 days till a complaint is received and processed at the state level. And the last priority I want to highlight is the life after high school. I think this is an area that we have not neglected, but has just been kind of floating for many, many years. So we know we have the alternative pathway to a diploma, SB 181, that right now looks at students who are taking our alternate assessment and providing them with a diploma so that they can go on and either receive meaningful employment with their high school diploma, or, as you know, there are many of our college and universities now that are developing pathways in higher ed for our students to be educated in the university community. We also have work that's happening from SB 154, and we'll talk a little bit about that as the work is happening right now to develop the curriculum and for students to show their mastery so that they can receive a diploma and maybe go off to college and some other alternative life after high school. So it's an area that I think we really need to focus on. We need to really look at inclusion and workability programs, providing complete access to every other program. And so this is an area that I plan to focus on with our team. Okay. This slide right here talks really about, I see it as a tree or prongs or a branch, that this work, again, can't be done alone. We need our systems of support. We need our work with our educational partners, but everything has to be data-driven. We need to look at our data, not admire it. We admire the growth that we have, but we always can do better. So even as a state, if we're meeting certain targets, we always have to kind of raise those targets up, keep working on them, and then for our targets where we're not meeting, we need to develop a really comprehensive system to meet those needs. So there are many areas, and I don't know, I think Shiloh's going to be presenting on some of them tomorrow, where you will see some of the areas that we need to really have like laser-like focus. So again, data-driven, evidence-based practices. Long gone are the days, I don't know if some of you remember, where you pulled out a file and you said, it's October, we're working on Halloween and pumpkins and ghosts and everything else that's in there, because I don't think that that is in our standards-based curriculum. So gone are those days, and we're going to continue making sure that our students who are in special day class also receive the evidence-based instruction that's modified or accommodated. So continuing on with a few of our updates, in the governor's budget, I don't know if this is on. Is it on? There we go. As most of you know, we are in a deficit, okay? And, you know, I think I heard this morning as I was getting ready from the legislative analyst's office, it might be bigger than what's projected, and then you hear other people, it could be smaller than what's projected. The bottom line is we're in a deficit. Okay. A lot of districts are spending their reserves. Right now, it is not a time where we're celebrating all this additional monies that are coming in and developing new programs. So right now, there's really no big surprises that we know of yet, but I'll always remain hopeful that I know we still continue to fight for IDEA funding. I know that there's some trailer bill language that's coming up, and hopefully I will always have some hope that, and I think part of my job is to advocate for additional funding for our students, and I will continue to do so. The next ACSE meeting, I'm hopeful, and there will be more of a definitive budget update, because I think the legislation at that point should be solidified. So for the next meeting, we should have actual data to share. For some of the bills, I think, I'm not going to touch it. I think a lot of you heard of SB 483, the prone restraint bill. It has gotten a lot of press. Basically, the bill prohibits the use of prone restraint on students, including confinement. And this is obviously for our educational providers. And it also prohibits the use of prone restraint for any student in the public school system. So this bill is moving forward. I think it has a lot of support. It's something I think that we should keep an eye out for. If you look at SB 691 is on here. And the bill requires a state board for the governor's consideration to add 2 additional student members to the State Board of Education. So we're excited about that. We're excited about the addition of our 2 student members. We always need our student voices. So really excited about that. Again, something to watch. Teacher credentialing, I think I had a conversation with one of our board members regarding a basic teaching credential for preschool. So many of you know there is a special education teaching credential for preschool. Now they're looking at creating a preschool credential for our general ed peers, for our general ed teachers. And again, the focus always is on inclusion or rightful presence for our preschoolers with disabilities. Another bill that we're looking at is AB 359 for pupil instruction with dual enrollment for college and career access. Again, this is another rightful participation bill that our students with disabilities can have access and are accessing our dual enrollment programs, just like every other student without a disability. There are two other bills that are not on this slide that I just want to bring note to. There is Assembly Bill 2173 that's coming down, which is looking at replacing the name disturbed from emotional disturbed to emotional disability. Yeah, I see some hands. So that bill is really important to our Education Committee. Tanya Lieberman and I have had a discussion about this, and that's one of the bills that's we're looking to have some positive language outcome from that bill. And the last one is Assembly Bill 801 related to student privacy. And it requires that, and you would think we would have this by now, that an operator of an internet website, online applications, or online forms, that the student's information gets deleted as soon as the student leaves the district. The student parent or guardian requests that information be deleted. And if the student is no longer attending the school, the information does not need to be there. So it's a privacy act for students with disabilities. And so keep an eye out for Assembly Bill 801. So again, we're working closely with our Government Affairs Division to keep updates on these bills. And I will update you as soon as I hear anything that has changed within these areas. Oops, I'm missing a slide. Okay. So for monitoring and compliance, I think there's always been some questioning on our monitoring system. As you know, Special Ed Monitoring Framework really looks at a tiered system of support. Coming from a school district, I was in a very intensive tier for support, and we were able to develop plans with our LEA, really having our gen ed folks lead the way with the work. For us, it was working, we were in significant disproportionality for over-identification of African-American students who are ED, emotional disability. And with the work led from our gen ed peers, we were able to move beyond that. And we were able to come what we call out of significant disproportionality. But our job at the state level is to work with LEAs to help them lead. It truly comes down to bettering the education and the rights of students with disabilities. So that system is intact, and for those out there, LEAs, we're looking at releasing your annual determination letters mid-March, and those letters, for those who don't know, notify the school districts what their monitoring level is, how their data came out, and it's just a nice summary, and to let school districts know how we're going to support them, and our system of support will support them to improve outcomes. I think Shiloh might touch a little bit about this tomorrow. And the last thing I want to talk about is our Technical Assistant Network, CalTAN. People are nodding their heads, so you're familiar with this. And again, we're encouraging our communities, anybody, to go to look at their data, to talk about how to improve your specific data for outcomes with students with disabilities. Basically, what we're doing at the department is continuously adding resources for LEAs to use in their process of a root cause analysis or support systems throughout their LEAs. So we're encouraging people. There's a new face of the CalTAN website. We want people to go ahead and log on to that. Again, we're looking at a one monitoring system. We're working together with our partners out there to support our LEAs. And the last thing, especially student commissioners, when we met last week, I acknowledged, my learning curve in this position, but my deep commitment to this work. And so I ask you to go easy on me with your questions. I might have to say I'll get back to you on that, be taking some notes, but I really look forward to our ongoing work together and to work hand in hand with this commission and a lot of boards and advocacy boards that are supporting our students with disabilities. We all have the same goals. We might have a different way to get there, but we need to work together to do this. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heenan, for your presentation, your comments, and certainly your leadership, even though it's been 91 days. We look forward to the next should we count it in 10,000s or larger numbers?
Not going to count. I'm here.
And as commissioners are readying for comments and questions, I want to highlight how proud we should be as a state, that from our governor's office to our superintendent and at all levels of leadership, we are talking about the rightful presence of all students, which equates to recognizing that everyone belongs in public education. And so want to really just underscore the importance of that statewide commitment at all levels that frames the work that we're doing. And so looking forward to our continuing conversations and following the bills as they move through the system this year and as we continue to develop and deepen our relationship as the commission with you, Director Heenan. And so with that, I'll open up for questions and comments.
Commissioner Terzargo?
I think that it's great to see you working on these big, amazing things. I'm thankful that I met you last week. I think a main question that I have is that since your main focus is also about funding as well, and I think that funding is a very complex issue in my opinion, because I feel like a lot of unifieds, a lot of school districts, and a lot of counties don't get equitable funding. And I know you said to go easy on questions, but I kind of ask. But how can we make funding more equitable? Like, what is your advice to counties and unifieds and schools, making sure that they're equitable enough to making sure that we are serving all students? Because in my school, we have 390 students and nearly 20% of students with disabilities. And my special education director told me that we are serving all of our students. And I was like, yay. However, Saran, it's about the quality of services. It's about the funding that the district gives us. What about funding for charter schools? Because I go to a charter school. So about equitable funding is my question.
An amazing question, right? Wish I had the exact answer for you. When I think about funding, I not only think about the exact dollars that are coming in, but I think about the resources that we're providing. You know, and when you were talking, I started thinking about our small schools, our small SELPAs, right? And the work that they're doing together to make sure that students not only get the resources, but the best teachers to do that. And that's what I talked about earlier when we talked about making sure we have content experts, right? Teaching all our students, even with disabilities. So, you know, like I said, is that, and was mentioned before, that 50-year promise needs to happen. And that's what I think it's all of our jobs, not just in key leadership position, to keep fighting for that funding across the country. And then for the state of California, you know, we've seen incremental increases. We have. To fund our students. Are we even close to funding them? Absolutely not. We're not. And again, that's where I say, as this community of partners that we have through our county offices, through our SELPAs, through our LEAs and our superintendents working together, it's our responsibility to make sure that regardless of that small funding that might be going to a school with 300, that we're working together as a system to provide these services. So we'll still, keep fighting for those dollars. Right now, we're in a budget deficit, but that doesn't mean our fight stops. We need to continue to do that, and I'll continue to do that for you.
Commissioner Notch?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I wanted to give you a warm welcome. I work in the field, but my role on the commission is as a parent of one of the 800,000 that you serve and that all of our educators serve. And so just want to extend immense gratitude and respect for everything that you're taking on. I'm imagining you don't sleep much, and it's just such a huge role. We were very excited when we heard that you were joining, and your reputation precedes you. My question, I hope, is easy. I loved your soccer analogy. I'm excited for the commissioners to put on their jerseys and play on your team, and I wanted to know how we could best support you in providing information, advocacy. Vice Chair Graff and I are the co-chairs of the Legend Policy Committee. So do you yet have any requests or any thoughts on how we can best support you?
When I talked about being a goalie, and even in this position as a leader, it's always about supporting and surrounding myself with the best people, the best players, the best advocates, parents. And I believe that too. I believe that I need to tap into your knowledge. You were talking about being on specific committees. It's for us to work together to get our voices in those meetings, to get our voices in front of our legislators. I can't be at every meeting. I need you as a parent to be at those meetings, voicing the needs for your child, for your child's friends, for everybody. And so I'm hoping that I can work together with the commission to really, like I said before, to develop these priorities in this vision and to march that forward as the united front. That's what we need to do. So as I get to know each and every one of you more and the role that you have in this work and where you are rooted and what committees you're on and what interactions that you have, we need to move into these together to get our voices heard, to get our students and our children's voices heard. So that's what I'm hoping that it's all about relationships. And that's what I'm hoping that we can do together. Thank you.
Commissioner Stipes?
Welcome. I just want to say thank you for including early childhood in so many pieces of what you talked about. That's my passion area, and also rightful presence, because that's an area that in my work I'm very focused on, especially when I'm talking about early childhood and rightful presence from the very beginning. So I really appreciate that. Just thinking about the things that you had to say and how connected everything is and how thankful we are to have something like Caltan now, where it's a one-stop shop to find out more information about the areas that you need to improve in. And that directly relates to the SIM process. And when I'm thinking about early childhood and state indicator data around 6 and 7 specifically, we know we have a lot of work to do there. And we also know that there is a wide disparity between early childhood programs, state preschool programs, who are feeling competent and confident in their ability to provide high quality services for students with disabilities in their state preschool and other preschool programs within the UPK framework. But then there are others who are feeling like they aren't even ready to meet the minimum. And so just thinking about how all of that is connected and how we can move forward and support early childhood programs, because we know if that's done in a high quality way, we're going to see outcomes across the lifespan improve significantly. So really looking forward to digging deeper into that work. And thank you very, very much for bringing that up.
Yeah, and we're looking, I've been partnering with our early ed division with a lot of the work I've done in 90 days to really make sure, and really we've spent so much time, and since I've started this position, making sure that the universal pre-K guidelines that are going out specifically address the how and the ideas that you can. And there's going to be a lot of professional development, and it really needs to be with our pre-K providers, our state and federal preschool programs, because it can happen. When I took the job where I was before, we had maybe 5 preschoolers who maybe had an IEP, but people weren't even sure in their Head Start program or their CDC program. And all I heard was, there's too many barriers. There's too many barriers in licensing. We can't. Yes, we can. We got to be creative and figure it out. And when I left, I had a beautiful, and this is what it's about. It's about the relationship with that director, right? The CDC director, the Head Start director, saying, what professional development can we provide your teachers to make sure that they're prepared, that they're trained? Oh, do we need to have maybe a co-taught class, classes at the preschool level? How do we make this work so that it works for our students? When I left, we had over 300 X number of students of preschoolers who were fully included in those CDC and Head Start programs. So it can be done. It's just providing the support to the LEAs to say, this is support we're going to provide you, or that you can get from maybe ACSE or some other organizations to make it happen. Because like you said, the data is there. Once we get our students into those settings, receiving the best instruction possible, it benefits everybody, not just our students who have different abilities. Every single person. So my heart is in that work, so I look forward to working with you in that.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you so much for being here and taking this on. Part of being on this commission, you have fabulous people that make fabulous comments, so I don't want to just repeat what they said, but again, it's a very exciting time. You know, funding comes, it goes, people come and they go, but there's some really great people doing really great stuff. And it's an honor to be a part of all of it and your time with us. So I'm really looking forward to what we can do together. I also appreciate you mentioning family empowerment centers. There's also PTIs, the Parent Training and Information Centers, that are dying to partner. So yeah, just really celebrating the overall partnership and glad that you're here.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, I'm going to just echo what so many others have said. We're thankful you're here and excited to hear, more about you and your mission and your direction. And I too am one of the parents that sit on the commission, and I have a child that started in the NICU, and so I appreciate hearing, that you encompass all of that, from birth all the way through adulthood. And I've been fortunate to have not just inclusion, because I recently learned of this rightful presence, in our last meeting, and that really opened up a door to me to understanding. My daughter has always been in a fully inclusive program, which actually is more along the lines of a rightful presence kind of program. And so when I would look for inclusion around us, I thought we were all talking about the same thing, and I realized we weren't. And so the struggle is, moving on to this new terminology and what that means, a culture of inclusion. It's social, it's emotional, it's so much more. It's not just a place. I think so many have started referring to inclusion as a place, and it's not that. So just really thankful to hear all of that stuff that resonates with me.
Thank you. We have 3 commissioners online. I'm going to start with Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Good morning, and it's a pleasure to meet you through Zoom. We can't see everybody, but I'm on my phone streaming as well. Thank you for Janine for directing me on that. Just want to thank you for all that you're doing and all that you're going to do when you come aboard. I'm a parent advocate, and an advocate for all of everyone. And I was on the State Council for Developmental Disabilities as a chair for a time for 6 years, and now here on the Advisory Commission. And one of my big goals, along with many others, were working on having our community take advantage of having a college diploma, which was huge. And we call that the alternative pathway. COVID got in the way and delayed a lot of things for us. So to see it finally here happening in my lifetime, in my children's lifetime, is amazing, emotionally amazing for me. I tear up every time we talk about it, and my stomach used to hurt because I'd sit in an IEP and refuse to sign the certificate box. So I'm just thrilled about this. My disappointment, or my unknown, or I don't know if they're fears, or my next journey is to see for my daughter and many of her peers and many that I know who took all of the classes to hopefully get grandfathered in. My daughter she's always been mainstreamed, always had an aide, and others that I know like her were hoping this day would come and they would get grandfathered in. She graduated 2 years ago and now is in the adult transition program. She's 21 now. So I'm very happy to hear you say, mentioned life after high school, because that's what I hear from a lot in the community that I'm in now. I mean, we've transitioned, and where are the meaningful jobs and the meaningful training and the ability to go to college and they're right, to have a college, to have a high school diploma, because maybe they were born at the wrong time. So, these are things that are concerning for me, and she will age out of her high school program, and what's next, and I think that that's what's out there with a lot of this community, and we need to really think about what restrictions are maybe on them because they did not or cannot get a high school diploma or have that piece of paper. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak, and I can't wait to meet you in person and to keep doing this work that we're all doing and we all feel so passionate about.
Thank you for sharing.
Commissioner Hoyakawa.
Thank you. Dr. Heenan, I also wanted to welcome you and thank you for taking on this very huge and very important role. I really appreciated your going over some of the highlights of the legislation you are following. There is a lot out there, which I'm grateful for. And it was nice to see the breadth of the priorities that you highlighted. And I think it kind of showed to me what was important to you and the department going forward. And I'm also the parent of a student with disabilities. She is hard of hearing. So like you, she was one of the first people I'd ever met who introduced me to the world of the deaf and hard of hearing and really opened up my eyes to my own ignorance and really kind of led me on a path to advocacy for individuals with disabilities. She also has 22q deletion syndrome, which is not very well known, but it should be because it's the most common deletion and really affects so many of our students. So I hope that 22q becomes a household term so that more students with that disability can be supported in school as well. And she also has autism, which many of our students have. And I appreciate that all our students have so many different needs. There's such a diversity of needs, but looking at your list of legislation, you can see what is highlighted there, what supports all of our students and what all of our students need, regardless of where they are and at what age they are. I do appreciate seeing, as Commissioner Lopez mentioned, seeing a shift to focusing on what the needs are of students as they move on after high school. When I joined the commission, I don't think there was very much discussion, and I'm really glad to see that is something that we are really, we're tasked with this, like birth to 22, right? And that's what IDEA covers. But as Chair Tostin has reminded us, these students with disabilities do become adults with disabilities, and we need to do as much as we can, starting from early childhood, but going forward and seeing what happens as they transition. What can we do to support them so that they can be successful in life after they age out of our areas? So I'm glad to see that is also one of the areas that you are looking into as an area of importance. And then I'm from Davis, California. We're about 20 minutes from Sacramento. And so I'm really grateful to see that you mentioned SB 483. To prohibit the use of prone restraint. Max Benson was a student in our district who died due to prone restraint use and in a private school that he was placed in. And it's breaks my heart to think of him every time. But I'm hopeful, and I just want to share my personal support to see SB 483 go forward. But I also want to say, you know, our school district, we have new leadership in special ed and in the district in general. And I'm grateful to see that when we talked about rightful presence, not just inclusion, that is actually something that we covered at one of the most recent advisory commissions for our school district. So there is movement in the field, and as parents, we're starting to see it happen. But it's through leadership like yours that we're going to see it across the state. So I just wanted to share my stories from our part of the world, and thank you again for joining us and helping to lead California. Thank you.
Commissioner. Commissioner Topalian.
Welcome and thank you again. I'm going to, everything's been said already, but I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that we don't, from what I heard you saying is that, working together, collaborating, instead of working in silos. And at the end of the day, it's all about the students and what we provide the students, because they are the future and we need to provide them the best supports and services possible. I'm also wondering if there will be, or there is, more funding for early ed for supports and services, if that's going to be calculated within the budget some way, because I know with all these different preschool programs, a lot of that funding is not there and they're pulling from resources, whatever they have within the school systems. And this is probably a question that you may not have the answer, but wondering if that's something that you could look into or know anything about.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner, for your question. I don't know where to look because you're back there, but I definitely, this is something I'm going to look into, but I know that there are a few grants out there right now, pretty extensive grant opportunities for early childhood, for professional development, for our teachers and our paraprofessionals, et cetera, for preschool. And like I said, I've been doing a lot of work with our early ed division on making sure that guidelines that come out are inclusive of our students with disabilities. So I'll find out more specifics on the funding portion of it, but I know that there's been quite a few dollars committed to the work for our early learners.
Thank you.
So with that, I will ask for the slide for public comment to be placed, and any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment, we'd ask you to line up. And in closing out commission comments, I just wanted to underscore the thoughts from many of us, but explicitly Commissioner Oyakawa, who referenced life after high school. I'd say everyone in the room, with the exception of our student commissioners, just think how much life has happened for you from the point you turn 22 to wherever you are in time. And so the time our students spend with us is just the beginning of their lives. And so for our students with disabilities, as well as our students who have not been identified as having disabilities, the community we create in our public schools is the training for the community that all of our students will live in post-high school. And so Director Heenan, thank you so much for underscoring the importance of post-school engagement and preparing our students for the communities and world that they will live in. We look forward to hearing from you in the future. And I see we have at least 3 public comments in the room. Cara?
Hi, I'm Kara Shikoski. I'm representing the special ed administrators for county offices today. And we just wanted to say or give a warm welcome to Dr. Heenan. We've heard wonderful things about you, and we're looking forward to working with you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Veronica Coates, Tehama County SELPA, and representing the SELPA Association, the California Association of SELPA Administrators. I sit on the Executive Council, and we are just elated to have Rachel join your team and have someone who has such lived experience as a practitioner, but also, as you just heard today, that just has a a real student voice, student-centered voice, and as parent-family voice, and we're just delighted to have her, and also a warm welcome.
Good afternoon. So I'm Lana Tejas, president of CARSplus, California Association of Resource and Special Educators. I'm not saying anything you haven't heard already, probably so many times, but we really are appreciative of your service, and we're really want to extend the same warm welcome to you. And this is really exciting, all the work that you're planning on doing. So we're looking forward to watching you grow. So thank you.
That concludes all of the public comment in the room. We will transition to any members of the public who are online. And while we're waiting, Kara, can I just say, beautiful color. I love the pop and what it does. Just chef's kiss.
There are no callers.
Thank you. With that, we will club public comment and conclude this agenda item. We will be breaking for lunch until 1 o'clock. I'd ask all commissioners to please be back in your seats at 1 o'clock for our fixed time for public comment, and then we will continue the agenda. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We were experiencing some tech issues, and so I want to appreciate the team for resolving them for us. We had to address some things internally for our commissioners who are joining us online to ensure that they can see the presentation, as well as our two-way communication. So thank you, everyone, for your patience. I want to honor that we did have time set aside for public comment. We're a little bit off our time slot for that. But I do want to just pause and see if there was anyone who was still lingering online, or if there were any public comments, general public comments in the room. And commissioners, while we are waiting for potential public comment, we, just as a reminder, wanted to have a time certain slot in our meeting agenda where we could hear public comments because how the meeting may flex. Since we've incorporated this component, I don't believe we've had one public comment, which is fine. I think it's we want to honor the space should anyone ever want to make a public comment, but I do just want to call out if anyone had suggestions on how we might accordion our meeting so that we don't come back from lunch, take another break, and then go back into our comment or our presentation so that we stay on schedule. So I'm just throwing out that for the collective brain power, with our goals of still honoring a time-specific slot in our meeting agenda for general public comments. Are there any public comments online?
There are no callers.
Thank you. With that, we will adjourn public comment and move into our next agenda item. We are thrilled to have the California Tribal Families Coalition for Students with Disabilities and the Northern California Indian Development Council to share a presentation with us. And as we continue to broaden our understanding of how the system works for all students, we want to make sure that we're very intentional about reaching out to voices that we typically don't hear in the dialogue. And so very appreciative of your partnership and responsiveness to our request for our presentation. With that, I will yield the floor to Brianna and Sunny. Thank you so much.
We're here to present on barriers to education for Native youth with disabilities in California. I'm Brianna Ballig. I'm an Equal Justice Works Fellow at California Tribal Families Coalition. I'm also an attorney, and this is Sunny Tripp. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Ayuki na karikwa arara ransipa karimin karawada amakiaram karawada samnam karik anitwa Hello, I'm a Karuk Indian. I come from the villages of Karimin, which is the center of our world. It's where we have our ceremonies, our jump dance religion, Amikyatam, and Samnam Karuk, which is still in my family. I feel pretty honored to know exactly where I come from. My great-great-grandpa signed a treaty with this government, so I'm honored to be here and speak on behalf of Indian people on the Klamath River and in Humboldt and Del Norte County. The IT stuff didn't all get fixed. Yeah. I'll share a little bit more about my position, Indigenous Education Advocate. It's a new position.
If we can ask you to use the other microphone so while they're doing it.
Share a little bit more about my position, which is called the Indigenous Education Advocate, which was created from ACLU and NCIDC, which is one of the longest nonprofit tribal organizations in Northern California. It's a power. I'm the only second one that's in that position, and we've been able to do a lot already in a short time. I just want to fill that blank spot up, so we'll keep going. Cool.
Thanks, Sunny. All right, so a little bit about my organization, California Tribal Families Coalition. We're a coalition of 50 tribal nations now in California whose mission is to promote and protect the health, safety, and welfare of tribal children and families, which are inherent tribal governmental functions and are the core of tribal sovereignty and tribal governance. We do work in policy, training, and legal work. I mostly belong to our legal basket. And CTFC recently began hosting an Equal Justice Works project that I'm leading, which is specifically focused on education advocacy. So we recently released a new report, which you can see in the slide here, California's Failure to Support Native Students. That report is basically a collection of a lot of CDE public data points on Native youth with a focus on Native foster youth and Native youth with disabilities. I'll be covering a lot of those data points in this slide, but there's much more in that report, which you can find on our website. We're also starting to do, as part of information gathering, we're hosting listening sessions with tribal communities. We recently launched a survey for tribal governments to get a better sense of their role in education. And our legal team at CTFC, in our representation of tribes in child welfare cases, we're starting to screen these cases for education and disability right issues. So we've been very involved in education and specifically special education. And we'll soon be coming out with more trainings and resources focused specifically for tribes and tribal families.
My position as an Indigenous Education Advocate deals with a lot of that as well, deals with the systemic change that needs to happen for our Indian communities so that our students feel welcomed on campuses, so that they're taught the truth about who we are as Indian people, and so that the non-natives and the teachers actually know their own history, and they're not teaching the wrong things about our families to our kids. The failing grade report it was created before I got there, and it basically gave an F to Humboldt County because of the outcomes of our students not meeting the A through G requirements. Really, I think Humboldt is ahead of the game in a lot of ways. It's education as a whole who's failed us as Indian people. We're not welcomed on the campus. It's changing. It's definitely changing. and I'm excited to be a part of it because I've been in education for like 30 years now, and I've never seen the movement that's happening right now across the board in all different areas. So I'm really excited about that, and I love my job that I'm doing right now. And we'll get a chance to talk about this later, but you guys know that there's a suit against Del Norte County too on their special education things happening up there. And our Talawa tribe joined that suit. So if you have the time, this link to the failing grade report, you'd learn a lot because the majority of people have never been taught what's happening in our country. The majority of people have never taken Native American Studies class. So it falls on us who have to teach the rest of you. And right now that's changing, which is cool.
So we wanted to start out by giving just some brief history. Right now there are over 750,000 Native individuals in California. There are 574 federally recognized tribes in the U.S. 109 of those tribes are in California. And it's just important to remember that each tribe has its own diverse history, language, culture, governance structures, and social services.
Yeah, for us up in Northern California, which is just a little ways up here, I drove last night from Humboldt County and Del Norte County. We were lucky in the sense that the mission system didn't come all the way up to us. The destruction of slave labor didn't make it all the way up. What hit us was the gold rush. But after the gold rush happened, the majority of the people left. But Humboldt and Del Norte are the three largest tribes in the state of California. Yurok are number one, the biggest tribe. Caduceus, which is what I am, and Hupas. So we're a power base up there that's leading the way in bringing change to the whole state. Humboldt and San Diego both got the model grant to bring curriculum to the schools, which is like I said, it's an exciting time to be in Indian education right now. Anyway.
So one thing I wanted to bring up is the Indian Child Welfare Act. And this is a federal law pertaining to the child welfare system that was meant to protect tribes, tribal parents, and tribal youth, to promote the safety and welfare of tribes and tribal families. And that we could have a whole training just on this law. It's very critical to tribes and tribal sovereignty. I'm bringing it up because there's really no equal comparison in the state public school setting. So for example, under the Indian Child Welfare Act, tribes have a right to intervene in child custody proceedings involving their tribal youth. And that's a huge recognition of tribal sovereignty that is critical to advocating for tribal youth. There's nothing really similar to this in state public school settings, which makes it especially difficult for tribes to advocate for their youth. Do you have anything you want to add on this, Sonny?
Yeah, the one nice thing that we can, when the schools and the districts work with their tribe, we have Indian Ed programs, which it's complicated because as Indian people, they tried to not include us in the different ways they count Indian kids. You know, now it goes back to if your grandma or grandpa were tribally enrolled, then you could be in the Indian Ed programs through the state. But we're the only people that our blood quantum gets to dictate what tribe or what if we get to belong to a tribe or not. You know, it's some backwards stuff, but you know, like I said, it's changing.
And the Indian Child Welfare Act was designed to help address the impact of Indian boarding schools, which unfortunately is still impacting tribal students today, as the tribal students have the highest rates of trauma and child welfare involvement and some of the lowest academic achievement scores. So it's just especially important that tribes are able to get more involved in state public school settings.
I'll add to that real quick because it's my degree. I have a BA in Native American Studies and a master's in education. My whole life has been focused on bringing change to Indian education, and in the school systems that we work in right now, and the whole job was to kill the Indian, they said, and save the man. And basically, a lot of our pains that we're still dealing with is the fact that they stole our children and took them to these institutions. And it wasn't that long ago. My grandma was taken from our country up in Northern California all the way to LA, to Riverside, to Sherman Institute. And it's still the two boarding schools on the West Coast are still in action. They're still at Salem in Oregon and LA, Sherman, are still going strong. But now they're not killing the native and saving the man. Now they're trying to actually educate. Before it's just trying to teach us how to be maids and servants and different things like that. They weren't trying to teach us how to be CEOs and owners of businesses and stuff. Trying to keep us down a little bit.
So there are a few data points I wanted to highlight to you all. There's much more in my report, but these are what we felt like are the most important for your purposes. First of all, here you can see there's 27,001 Native students in California's public school system for the 2021-2022 school year. Although I'll note this does not include Native students who were categorized as 2 or more races, so we don't have those data points. You can see that Native students have a much higher rate of disability at 17.45%, compared to generally the rate of disability is 12.65%. Native students are also 3 times more likely to be identified as a foster youth and almost 4 times more likely to be identified as a foster youth with a disability. So Native students are overrepresented in both child welfare and special education systems.
Yeah, that goes back to that genocide taking us out. So we're ahead of the game up there in Northern California. We recognized a long time ago that if we said, and most of us aren't just pure natives anymore, we have different races that came into our communities, and so if we honor that, say like my mom was German or is German. If I say I'm German and Kaduk, then my Kaduk gets taken away. So that's things that these schools are dodging their responsibility to our Indian communities and to the treaties that we sign with this government as part of our commitment to each other is to honor those contracts.
This slide just gives you an idea of what eligibility categories for an IEP that Native students generally have. So you can see that specific learning disability is the most common disability category, followed by speech and language impairment, other health impairment, and then autism. I wanted to point out that California, or the CDE public database, does not provide data on students with a disability under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. So we don't have a great picture from California on Native students with 504 plans. However, the Office of Civil Rights reported that there was 640 Native public school students in California with 504 plans in 2017 to 2018. The OCR also reported that there was just under 2,000 Native public school students who identified as English language learners. Chronic absenteeism is a data point we definitely wanted to highlight. This is a major issue for tribal youth, especially right now. Chronic absenteeism is where a student misses 10% or more of the school year. However, this data point does not include students expected to attend less than 31 school days, or students who enrolled in school but never attended. So you can see Native students have the highest rate of chronic absenteeism. Over half of Native students with disabilities are chronically absent. And for Native foster youth with disabilities, this is even higher at 55%.
That to me is simple. Education has been a hostile environment for us as an Indian community. They teach us that we're less than. They're not welcoming. Things are changing though. So, there's majority of the time there's no teachers who come from our communities, and they start history when Columbus showed up. Don't talk about all the beautiful things that happened prior to all that, and we're not welcomed on their campus. Basically, we have the highest suspension rates, boys specifically, in our area, 5 times higher than anybody else to be suspended in the schools. That's the systemic stuff that needs to change.
And that leads into our suspension slide pretty well. Statewide, the student suspension rate for all students in California is 3.2%. However, for Native students, this was twice as high at 6.5%. And for Native foster youth with disabilities, it was over 5 times as high, all the way at 17.20%. And I think this slide represents those disparities pretty well. You can see we broke it down by all students versus Native students, and by students with disabilities, foster youth, and foster youth with disabilities, and the disparity greatens with each category. Another major issue we wanted to bring to your attention was college readiness. So most people measure college readiness by meeting state college course requirements. So here we have the University of California and California State University course requirements. You can see that over half of all students in California meet these requirements. However, for Native students, this drops to about 30%. For all students with disabilities, it drops to about 19.5%. And then Native students with disabilities, it's down to 10.8%. For Native foster youth, even further to 6.7%. And only 5.9% of Native foster youth with disabilities are meeting these college readiness or college course requirements.
Just passing the kids on, basically. Just pushing them through the schools. And for us, that's devastating to our communities because now our kids aren't ready to be out in the real world, make real money to support a family. They don't have the skills. Then they're not even eligible to go to a CSU or a UC. So that's where the stuff needs to change. Having that commitment to our students at an earlier age so that they're prepared and they're ready to go to high school, and then they graduate from high school with their A through Gs so that they can make a choice. They can go into trades if they want, but they can also go to CSU, which I'm an alumni from CSU, and my son's an alumni from UC Berkeley. When our students meet the A through G requirements, they're going to college, so if this board can help any of that, that's what I'd like to see out of this.
And I think this is something we see a lot in our direct work with families and looking at IEPs for foster youth especially. What I've seen is if there's a foster youth with an IEP, I've even read IEPs with a note saying they're eligible to graduate under the state's minimum requirements for foster youth. So then the services and supports don't help them get any further than that, such as meeting those college requirements, even if they've expressed they want to go to college.
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword too, because you want to have a college or you want to have a high school diploma at least to get a job, right? But really you want to be prepared when you leave high school.
This slide shows that college readiness has a major impact on whether the youth will actually enroll in college within 12 months after graduating from high school. So you can see if they met those UC, CSU course requirements, they're about twice as likely to enroll in college within 12 months. although it was extremely concerning that they didn't have a data point on Native foster youth, because there wasn't enough Native foster youth meeting college course requirements to meet reporting requirements to give data on this.
I'll talk a little bit about this. Humboldt State, which now Cal Poly, had an Indian Ed program called ITEP, which I'm alumni from, but that started in the 60s. So my parents' generation was at Humboldt a long time ago, and now and everywhere I go, and in the big meetings or whatever that I'm in, 90% of the Native leaders are all Humboldt State alumni. So I'm really honored that Humboldt has done that for our people in our communities. The junior college there, we just had our first College Motivation Day on the college campus. So those partnerships, and I'll share this because I was disappointed with Humboldt. They've stepped back. You guys, I don't know, not you guys, but they send people up to Humboldt who aren't even from Humboldt, and they don't want to work with our Indian communities. You know, they put one Indian to talk to all the Indians, you know, because they don't want to talk to the Indians. But I love Humboldt because they did all that stuff. But now CR, which I was busting because they haven't done nothing, are welcoming us on their campuses, having like I say, College Motivation Day for the first time ever there. It's things are changing. You know. Yeah. This right here is my favorite picture. This right here talks about, well, first of all, brand new gym, the nicest gym in Humboldt County. It's at Eureka High School. And if you look close to that picture, that's the Wiyot Tribes flag flying next to the state, in the California state and the United States flag. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like that. And that was for California Indian Day, which turned out to be California Indian Week. When you have leadership, and this is, and I'll share this because it really means a lot to me. Gary Stortz, who's the superintendent for Eureka City Schools, he's the first administrator that I've been in this game for a minute. Like I said, 30 years, basically. In 96, I graduated. Been working in Indian education since. He's the first one to try to take on the systemic part of it, and brought partnerships of our community to his community. So now we actually work together. And so instead of California Indian Day, he had California Indian Week. Basically, it turned out every student in their whole district had some training hours on Indian people, and then they honored that on their campus. And then we had their brand new gym was christened with the Indian event. You know, we had Miss Indian World there, we had Superman there, we had traditional singers there, and it was a beautiful thing for our community to be a part of, and our schools to start righting some of those wrongs that's happened in that system, and that's how we're going to do it, is together, you know. And I love that picture. And I'll share it because he told me this too. I'm like, damn, dude, you did that? And he's like, nope. They just did it, you know, and then didn't even ask him. And they just did what was right, he said, and he went with it. And I'm like, that's cool.
So just to carry on Sonia's point of the importance of having tribes as partners in education, and especially special education, I wanted to talk about how tribes are actually sovereign nations, which means they're in a unique position to support tribal families, and this is a population often left behind by larger systems. So, you know, a key example of that is how tribes are getting involved in special education advocacy and education advocacy, whether it's providing IEP meeting support or their own services to support education. Tribes' interests and the child's best interests are inherently tied together. It's important to include tribes to support the continued existence of tribes and to support the cultural connections and identity development of the child, but also to remedy 500 years of historical oppression.
And it's important for the schools to grow as well and be better institutions to their communities.
Tribes can also meet tribal families where they are on the advocacy spectrum. And with this spectrum, I mean, you have a range of families, from families with capacity resources and who might not need support and prefer to have the autonomy to navigate the system on their own, but ranging all the way to maybe the child's in foster care and the parents are absent. This is a really unique opportunity for the tribe to get involved, which they are doing in many cases, to kind of fill this gap in child advocacy, which is a good example of this is the work we're doing at CTFC and representing tribes in child welfare cases. Is we're trying to make sure education, and especially special education, is at the forefront of a child welfare case as well. And we have tribal social workers attending IEP meetings, going to MDR meetings to prevent that suspension, and really just supporting that information exchange and recognition of tribal sovereignty has been really critical in improving education outcomes.
Absolutely. We've been our own people forever. We were here before this country was established, and we'll always be here. We're part of the rivers, we're part of the rocks, part of the fish. And it's nice to see schools finally acknowledge some of that. In our area, we have Fortuna High School, which has 2 tribes in their own district, and last year they finally had their first Indian Parent Night. Like I say, things are changing. Oh, I'd like to share one more thing about that. So, part of this, my job, is to change the systemic part as well as do individual advocacy. So I'm constantly doing both. The systemic piece is for all of us. The individual piece is usually for the ones who can't protect themselves. And the systemic part, when you have the schools on board, things change a lot and quick. For those first 25 years I've been in education, there's always a battle. But when we're rowing the same way or we're floating the same way, things are smooth. And it's in the IEPs, you can tell what administration is really supporting the kid and what administrations are actually fearful that there's an Indian organization or Indian people representing their students, and they're both our students. There are people, and they're schools, learning institutions, students as well. So collectively, we need to work together on that.
I also wanted to point out that tribes often have extensive knowledge, as Sunny was saying in the last slide, of their families and their history in the community. Tribes can help develop culturally relevant plans, engagement, and teaming with the family. A lot of tribes are very engaged in education and might even provide their own services beyond what's available in public schools that we can connect tribal youth with. Tribes can be helpful in helping families navigate complex systems and in being an advocate, and also identifying cultural connections and supports for the child and family. It is especially helpful when a Native parent has an advocate with them to help bridge the cultural humility gap between school staff and the family. I know there was a listening session I was attending a few weeks ago. One Native parent just very blatantly said, as a Native woman, if you don't have an advocate there, they don't take you seriously, they don't listen to you. So that is definitely a very strong feeling.
Yeah, it's different when you got one parent and lined up with 6 administrators on the other side of the table telling you exactly how they're going to treat your kid. And now then when you get an educated Native with them, they treat you a lot different. I'd like to share this. It's not all doom and gloom. I love working in education, and I believe, I feel like it's 80-20. I feel like 80% and teachers have a hard job, our educators do, but I feel like 80% are ready to move forward in a good way for all of us, there's still about 20% that are dug in. So I like to say we're either going to go around them, over them, or whatever, but things are changing.
And we did want to leave some time for any questions or comments for everybody, too.
So first, I just want to begin by thanking you for your time and the information you shared, and I'll ask commissioners to please begin lining up in the virtual and physical queue for comments and questions. I want to appreciate all of the information that you shared with us, because if we are going to address systemic issues, we can't just pretend like, well, we're starting today. And what really stood out for me when you talked about the act that was passed in 1978, special ed law was passed in 1975. And so you see how systems over time are built and the intent of what's included, despite our best thinking at that time. So this isn't a criticism, but just recognizing the chronology of events and how our understanding deepens and how much work we have to do. I also want to appreciate the call for partnership. In the sphere of equity, as I'm learning, there's a difference between doing something to and doing something with. And so highlighting all of the assets and cultural history of the tribal communities that can be brought to the table to leverage with the care and passion of educators to really identify how we overcome 500 years and how we cast a different vision for the future for our Native American students or Native Indian students, still learning the right language, so I appreciate the grace, but how we incorporate and develop partnerships with our tribal communities will not only benefit students who live in those communities, but as Sunny shared, the entire community because of how we're growing together. So I just don't have a question, but wanted to personally, professionally thank you for the clarity of the information as well as the history lesson and the vision of partnership going forward.
Thank you. I want to share, it's not just partnering with us, but in my short time here, I've been like 2 years in this position. We've had 2 state organizations, DREDF, Cheryl Thies, and SCDD, State Council of Development and Disabled, who bring those trainings up to our communities. For the first time ever, they weren't in any Indian communities, and their willingness to go up to rural mountain areas and go hang out with the natives, goes a long ways. And we brought IEP trainings and that's part of the systemic piece too, teaching our communities how to advocate for themselves and hold the districts accountable to do their job. What I wanted to share about the education piece, what educators should understand, and what's hard for me sometimes, is that education, these institutions that come from our experience, first is the boarding schools. And anybody who's had a kid, if you're and you love them, and your kid gets taken away and not given back to you for 20 years, meanwhile, taken away from your ceremonies, taken away from your language. My grandma's mom spoke 5 languages. My grandma came back speaking broken, English. Talk about devastation, intellectual devastation. Education was the final solution. The final solution to our people was education, and that's the battle that we're fighting. Is to fight, because I believe education's the equalizer, right? And I'm sure all you do too. But we have to navigate that education was used against us to wipe us off this land, and as a community. And I'm glad that where we come from, we still have our identity. We still have our songs. We still have our ceremonies. It's a beautiful thing to see and be a part of. And I thank all you.
Commissioner Snipes?
I just want to say thank you, Sunny. I'm coming from Humboldt County too. I live in Eureka, born and raised. I appreciate you being here as a very strong representative and leader. And I just want to give context and join you in what you have to say. to everyone here, the amount of power and leadership that our local tribes have in our education system has increased so much. And being able to see that flag flying, being able to know that our high school students are getting their seal of biliteracy in Yurok language, those are huge. For me to have received some of my education from Humboldt State, from Dr. Keyshawn Lar Cooper, you know, she ties in her deep Native roots and her stories to language development. And so when I think of child development, and I think of human development, because I'm from Humboldt and because we have such strong tribal presence, it's just a given for me, you know? I build relationships with Native single moms who come into the meeting and are feeling like they don't have a spot and that they don't have rightful presence by talking about fry bread recipes. You know, you break the ice because you have exposure, and I'm so thankful for where I come from, and I'm thankful that you came here to share your story with more people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Saran. I'm one of the student commissioners. And just here, and thank you for the presentation. Like, this is something that everyone needs to hear about, because in history class, we talked about what really happened to Native Americans, what happened to them, about how their education, their language was stripped away. We finally learned about that. And just hearing your voices about the issues that your tribes are facing is important to me. And it's important to me that I'm one of their voices, making sure that their voices are heard. And something that I do outside of my school time is I do a mentorship program where I mentor students from impoverished communities, but for communities around the state. I offer these free support to families, and I would love to have this partnership probably with ACSE and with you guys, because I feel like if there is a law, then we must abide by the law. We must making sure that those accommodations, those resources are actually happening. And I applaud you for coming today and talking about these things. And one of the questions I have is, what type of accommodation is limited in tribal schools?
Tribal schools or tribal programs within schools? Because there's not really a lot of tribal schools anymore. I would like to see more of those. But I'd say a lot of the limitations would be funding. Limitations would be we don't have enough teachers. Even in language right now, we're having a hard time keeping Yurok class going. And that's devastating to me. It is also one of the last things, when people were pushing charter schools, an Indian school popped up, and the only thing that survived out of that Indian school was language, and then it expanded. So it was kind of cool to see language being offered, like Spanish and English or history, or whatever, different language, German. I took Spanish, but I would have liked to take Yurok or Karuk when I was a kid, But really, I think more PD, professional development for our teachers, and leadership willing to tackle that. Gary Storch gave me all his leaders for 48 hours. I took all their 20-some principals to our community, to our hospital, our clinic. They got to meet the people that serve our community. We have one of the best healthcare systems in the country for Indian people. UHS, we did that ourselves. And then took them to ceremonial grounds, to jump dance grounds on the Hoopaw tribe, and then we all floated down the river together, and that's how that California Indian Day kind of came out, or Indian Week, is that relationships and bondings happen. And then every principal got this lanyard. I mean, I don't have it on me now, but an Indian beaded necklace, right, with your name on it. And so the Indian students got to see their principals walk around representing Indian stuff. So that was pretty powerful. But it takes leadership. It takes leadership, strong leadership.
I think my answer to your question would probably be trauma-informed, culturally relevant services and accommodations aren't happening. Native youth have the highest rates of trauma because now studies show that trauma can actually be passed down from generation to generation. So it's just a direct impact from the Indian boarding schools and other assimilation policies that went on. But to see trauma not being addressed in schools is the hardest part. Even if a student doesn't meet the eligibility criteria for emotional disturbance under an IEP, they still should be eligible or are likely eligible for a 504 plan based on trauma, but we're not seeing that happening either.
I would just like educators to know their own history and know what happened to us as Indian people, where their schools are sitting on our land. You know, I'd like to see that. That's the first step, you know. But I have to give them a pass too, because that stuff wasn't taught during our times in schools, you know. But right now, it's like administrators, you don't get a pass no more. There's PD that you can do. There's different things you can do. You can make up for that, you know. So I'll cut them some slack.
Thank you. We have one commissioner online who has a question. Commissioner Hoyokawa.
Thank you both for coming and sharing so much with us. This is the first time since I've been on ACSE that I think we've addressed, had conversation about students with disabilities in the Native community. So I'm really grateful to have you come here and share with us. I was concerned when there was discussion about the statistics that we're not capturing all the students. So we're seeing things that are going on, but we're really not seeing everything. And so I would like to, I guess, learn more going forward on how we can, it sounds like an easy way to, you know, change some kind of computer program to capture students who identify with more than one race, so that they are served, because they are more than just, you know, a checkbox. These are students who come from their culture, their tribe, and I don't know how we can support them if we don't even know that they're there. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. As Chair Tostin mentioned, you know, the history of the laws changing to support our different groups, students with disabilities or Native students, it's been a slow movement. But I was happy to hear one of our student commissioners mention that when she asking a question based on what she had learned about Native American history and language in her own school. That didn't happen in my time in California. And I'm hopeful to see that there is change, and you both are part of why that's happening. My own family, we're from Japan, from Okinawa, and that language is pretty much extinct now for similar reasons. And so I'm hopeful that we are reversing course, and that we can continue to move forward. I'd like to see, one of the things you mentioned was low expectations, and how students who are identified as foster youth are allowed sort of to pass through. And those of us with kids with disabilities, we see that a lot. That happens with a lot of our students with disabilities. And it sounds like it's exacerbated if you were a Native student, as well as a Native student with disabilities. And so I hope that we are finding ways where we can address these systemic issues. And I'm hopeful that Humboldt, you've mentioned them a lot and the things that are going well. I hope you can not only share the concerns that you are able to highlight for us, but ways we can go forward to make change. And so maybe Humboldt will be the model that we can share out some of the practices that you have there across the state, because we are really behind on that. So thank you. I'm not sure I had a question, except just these thoughts that are popping in my head, and just appreciation for your time and your information. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I should have mentioned this too, but another very critical data point we're missing is the distinction of tribal youth. So for example, when I refer to Native youth, I'm referring to the race. But when I refer to tribal youth, I'm referring to usually Native students who have a political affiliation with a tribe. which is, is what grants them certain rights and protections under various laws. And so it would be very critical to see, what's happening to tribal youth versus Native youth in general, but that data is never captured.
So that's something it seems like we would have the ability to help ask for these things. And maybe that's something ACSE as a body, where we might be able to support those efforts. So the more information you bring to us, the more opportunities we might have to be able to support these efforts. Thank you.
Commissioner Liu?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
No. Hey.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christina. I just want to thank you both very much for your presentation of the needs that we and what's going on with the Native American community. You're referencing how the history of the Native Americans have not been learned and by our education system. I think it is very much that we need to educate all the students of California and actually the nation about all the hardship and the history that the Native American community have faced, because Native American history is American history. And so I'm very pleased to see that our state legislature has recently passed a law that require all high school graduates to take an ethnic studies class. And these classes would address 4 different ethnicity, including a general Native American ones and what the community have endured and what they have gone through. Because I do also, I'm sure we all agree that everybody needs to recognize and be aware of all the issues that this community face, and therefore be able to address the systematic problems that is rooted from the beginning. So in this case, especially since there's a higher rate of students with disabilities in this community, that it needs to be spread around. I am very hopeful that people are beginning to understand this and realize that this is happening to some of us Americans, and that I just want to say thank you for you two and your respective organizations for your advocacy and passion, really, in supporting what needs to be done here, and especially for the Native students with disability. Thank you very much for your story. It was very moving. And I don't really have a question. I just want to thank you.
Commissioner Sorter?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to comment and make a reference to some things you pointed out on the expectations around college and career readiness, and really the importance around developing culturally responsive transition plans for youth entering the workforce. As we mentioned earlier, having work experience, guest speakers, role models to come in for our youth. In 2022, there was a book called Equity-Based Career Development and Post-Secondary Transitions. And there was a professor out of San Diego State, Carol Robinson.
I'm not hearing anything. Does anybody online hear anything?
We're able to hear all the commissioners online.
And there was a professor out of San Diego State, Carol. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Okay. Well, so my last point was there was an article called Serving Native Americans, Children and Families Considering Culture Variables. It's a really good article. I've shared it with a lot of educators. So again, just thank you for the work and sharing what you're doing. And we continue to, again, support educators across our state to develop those culturally responsive transition plans to support our youth.
Right on.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I'll be quick. I too just wanted to thank you for your presentation. I will admit I am also come from a time when we didn't get great education, and so it's good to hear about your community and about the tribal communities and the challenges you're facing, and to kind of trigger me to educate myself better. But I was thinking, as I look around, we have such a diverse group of individuals that are on the ACSE committee, and it's parents and students, and we're from various locations and backgrounds and all of that, but we're lacking having any kind of tribal representation. So I just wanted to throw it out to you as you're going about your work, to encourage and look, for someone we'd love to have someone join us from the tribal communities up here on this commission and keep your perspective and your voice loud.
Otwa, I'm honored you say that.
Thank you.
I noticed that too.
And so I'll ask that the slide for public comment be shared with those online, and anyone in the room wishing to make public comment, please begin lining up at the microphone in the back. And I will wrap up our comments from the dais by acknowledging Blair Cruiser, who was initially the point of contact I had for this conversation. And after our first meeting, she said, actually, there are other organizations who would be best to share information. So I did want to acknowledge her for her facilitation of our connection and your time here today. And as we close out, you mentioned some of the work that's happening in San Diego County, and their superintendent, Dr. Paul Gothel, made a reference about their work with tribal communities, and the most powerful thing from the anecdote that he shared was the power of the invitation. And so as you're looking around the tables, as we're doing our community work with community schools and planning a new future, who's not at the table? And the power of extending an invitation is the first step to a partnership. And so I wanted to echo the message that you left with us, as well as the challenge to do better, and to make sure that our systems that collect data and the conversations we have are reflective of all of our communities.
And we do have a tribal lookup tool on our website if you're curious of what tribes are in your communities, although to keep in mind that tribes might have their members or citizens throughout California or further.
Thank you so much. And so I don't see any public comments in the room. I will transition to see if there are any public comments online.
There are no callers.
Thank you. With that, we again express our appreciation and thank you for your time, and we will close this item.
Thank you.
Otwa.
So we are moving into item 5. We have a presentation from Key2Ed. We'll receive an overview of a state project that has created a network for IEP facilitation. And so our presenters will be Teresa Nichols and Robin O'Shea and Cassie Velasquez.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield the internet to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for allowing us to come and share a little bit about this project. Cassie, Rob, and I are really honored to be leading up this work on behalf of the CDE, and excited to share a little update with you all here today. I'll give an overview of our organization here in just a second, but wanted to take a minute to introduce myself. I'm Teresa Nichols, and I am a project manager with Key2Ed that is taking the lead on kind of organizing the different aspects of the project and keeping us moving, making sure we meet all of our milestones and deliverables. And I have with me my fabulous coworkers, Cassie and Robin. Cassie?
Yes. Hi, I'm Cassie Velasquez. I am co-owner of Key2Ed. And I think when we get into the presentation, we'll tell you a little bit more of the background of our company and what we're all about. But for purposes of today, we are looking forward to just sharing one specific project that we're working on for the state of California. You're muted. Yep.
Yep. There's always one in the group. I'm Robin O'Shea, and I'm the other half of the co-ownership, and I look forward to our time together today.
All All right, so I'm going to try to take the lead on sharing a little bit about our project today. And if I could just get Robin, or I think I see Commissioner Sorter on my screen, give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen okay. Awesome. All right, I'm on a different device, and so I just want to make sure that I was sharing the right thing. So here's our update for you today. I wanted to give an overview of the organizations that are partnering together, again, on behalf of the state of California on this project. So Key2Ed, as Cassie and Robin alluded to, is an organization that really focuses on the collaboration between families and schools to ensure that they are able to work together on behalf of students with disabilities during IEP meetings. And so a lot of work goes into training on the facilitation of neutral IEPs and providing resources to ensure that both schools and parents have the tools that they need to serve in those capacities. We are partnering with Cadre, which is a national technical assistance center that specializes in alternate dispute resolution, which we'll get into here in just a few minutes for those that may be unfamiliar. And this group has been around since the late 90s, providing technical assistance to all 50 states when it comes to systems that support alternate dispute resolution. And so Key2Ed and Cadre were really kind of like the, perfect team to come together and work on on this project for California. So just a little bit of background, why this project even came about for those that might be hearing about this for the first time. So what we have learned is that many states, including California, saw a really big increase in the numbers of special education complaints and dispute resolution requests during COVID. So many of you, I'm sure, wish that you could just forget those years where we were all trying to pivot and doing the best we could to serve all kids, but in particular students with disabilities during a really unsettling time. And a lot of parents and a lot of schools were really grappling with whether or not students were receiving their free and appropriate public education during that time. And so we saw a huge increase in complaints. But we also, at the same time, saw that there were pockets of success across California, and that a lot of regions, a lot of school districts were being successful with some alternate dispute resolution efforts. And so this really sparked some interest at the state and at the legislative level. And it was deemed there was a need identified to bring those successful efforts to scale. So that brings us to kind of what is alternate dispute resolution in general. So in general, again, alternate dispute resolution are voluntary methods that schools and parents can leverage to try to avoid litigation. So these are all different types of voluntary ways that schools and parents can come together with someone who is neutral to help resolve conflicts before moving into more formal legal proceedings. So it's an umbrella term, essentially, that could describe any number of efforts that, again, we have seen success with in regions of California. So these might be informal resolution sessions, that might be training for parents so that they come to meetings ready to engage and participate in IEP meetings. It could be professional development for school staff on effective communication strategies. And it could also mean someone coming in as a neutral IEP facilitator. These are just a few of the types of processes that school districts might be engaged in. And I wonder if, in your experience, if there are others that we're missing. Are there other things that your community is engaged in? Are there other processes your community are engaged in that maybe aren't included on this slide that would fall under this ADR umbrella? Maybe we captured them all. Feel free to unmute or use the chat. I know we have moderators online.
I'm sorry, can I
All
ask
right.
you to repeat the question where we can see the
Yeah.
slide, but it's relatively small?
That is fine. I will see if I can't get that. So the question is whether you all are seeing other alternate dispute resolution processes in your community beyond what's listed on the was on the screen.
Could I?
Yeah.
Just training most of the team members from the school site as well. So they're all on the same page to be able to facilitate some of those discussions and have the understanding of how to navigate through this process as well.
I love that. So beyond just effective communication strategies, just how to facilitate a good IEP meeting. Yep, that's awesome. Anything else you all are familiar with that might fall under this ADR umbrella?
I believe for some time the ACSE, the Association of California School Administrators, had a training on crucial conversations and mindfulness, just to prepare for administrators for being engaging in conversations that need to happen but may feel charged.
I love that. I love that. It can go a long way. Just the approach that administrators or IEP team facilitators take in an IEP meeting can make a huge difference. Dr. Lopez.
So for my IEPs, I don't believe this happens across the board in my school district, but I've kind of pushed for it, more insisted on it, and it's been very successful in the past few years, where we've insisted that the aides, the support that we have one there. There's been a lot of pushback, and we wouldn't even go through with a meeting unless that happened. And it just turns out that oftentimes you'll have one of the specialists look over to the aide to answer the questions. 50% of the time, the aide support is able to answer those questions and give great dialogue back and forth. And that I feel has been calmness to the meeting and has really been successful because of that. So, it's just a good model to follow. And I'm not saying it's happening across the board, but I think that's what's helped in eliminating moving forward to mediation or, so I think that's one thing that could be added to your list. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. So yeah, there are a lot of different methods that can be used, a lot of processes that can be used to ensure a collaborative IEP meeting. And one of those is neutral IEP facilitation. And I think that one of you shared, some training for staff around how to facilitate an IEP meeting. And this is probably going to sound really familiar. So in neutral facilitation, we bring in someone who is truly neutral, someone who does not share any content knowledge necessarily, doesn't know anything about the student, but is really just there to guide the meeting process, to make sure everyone's voices are heard and that people are working on the same thing at the same time. So thinking about, having somebody who comes in that doesn't really have a dog in the fight, someone who can just kind of come in and make sure that everyone's working towards the same goal. And it really is intended to make sure that the meeting tone stays civil and constructive, and to keep the meeting focused on the needs of the student, right? So having someone that can come in from the outside. So Key2Ed and Cadre, those two organizations, we've been tasked with developing a model network for statewide IEP facilitation. So how do we make sure that anyone in California can access a neutral facilitator if and when they need it? And so trying to define what that could look like based on research, based on best practices, but at the end of the day, what represents the needs of Californians. So there are certainly models across the country. We've been tasked with not necessarily identifying an existing model and dropping it into California, but to figure out, based on research best practice and the feedback from Californians, what would work best for you. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we are doing that. and give you a little update on where we are with the project. So essentially, breaking it down to the simplest terms, our project has really only two parts. They're really intense two parts, but there's really just two parts. One is that we are getting lots of feedback from invested educational partners, so engaging in different ways, which I'll share here in just a minute. And then based on the feedback from those partners, develop an implementation report that lists out our recommendations for what this model network could look like in California. So the first thing that we've done to engage partners in California, and this started back in the fall, is to really cast a wide net, to use a survey that's super non-invasive, that anyone can access. We've listed, we've posted this in, I believe, 6 different languages. I'm looking at Robin and Cassie. It's a lot. I mean, as far as making sure that we are representing the top languages spoken in California, we want to make sure that we cast, again, that wide net and access as many people as possible so that we can identify who might want to participate more, who might have some more insight that we can learn from. So the survey, again, was designed around 4 different branches. We wanted to ask specific questions of the 4 most salient partner roles. So we wanted to make sure, obviously, we're getting access to parents, to educators, to policymakers, and then to other community organizations, which often are reflective of some of our advocacy communities and parent support groups. This next thing we did is we kind of looked at the results from our survey and identified those who might be interested in talking a little bit more, digging a little bit deeper. And so we reached out and identified partners to participate in focus groups, as well as one-on-one interviews, depending on those perspectives. And so far, we have conducted 7 focus groups, and those focus groups contained people up to 25 participants each. And then we've also conducted more than 20 individual interviews. Again, digging a lot deeper into what people's experiences have been with neutral facilitation, when they might access those services, and what they'd like to see in a network. And then the third step is to conduct committee meetings where we really dig deeper into the policies and procedures that could actually be a part of this model network. So our advisory committee meetings are essentially 3 2-hour virtual meetings. Our first one's tomorrow. So we're really excited to have that first deep dive with our advisory committee. We'll have another one in March and then a third one in April, with the culmination of these 3 meetings essentially being the recommendations that we will be submitting to the department in late spring. So our goal is, and which we'll get to here in just a minute, is to have opportunities to iterate on a draft recommendation report. So again, the purpose of the advisory committee is to inform those policies and procedures that would be a part of this proposed model network. And again, the focus here is kind of keeping us accountable for the unique needs and interests of California's constituents. Robin, Cassie, and I do not live in California, right? So we're going to be bringing a really objective view and making sure that the recommendations reflect what we hear from our partners. So I wanted to just kind of give you a little preview of what we're hearing so far. It's been really interesting to delineate, kind of pull back and see the types of trends and themes that we're hearing. And they're really kind of falling into these 3 main categories. The first is neutrality. So what we're hearing across the board, it doesn't matter if it's from educators, from parents, from policymakers. What we're hearing is that it's incredibly important to partners in California that the facilitator truly be a neutral party. And there's a lot of concern about how to ensure that that person is in fact neutral. So hearing from partners the importance of really training and having consistent training on the facilitation process for anyone who might be called into one of these IEP meetings. And then there's also a lot of discussion around the association that this neutral facilitator could potentially have. So is this a facilitator who is coming in from the department? Is this a facilitator who's coming in from a SELPA? Is this a facilitator who's coming in from an FEC? And how do we ensure that whatever that affiliation is, that it's perceived as neutral? And there's a lot of concern around those associations. The second that we're topic or theme that we're hearing is really around equity and ensuring that facilitators represent the diversity of California's communities, and that we are being cognizant of the needs in both rural and urban communities, that we are aware of the racial and socioeconomic diversity that exists in California, and that our facilitators are also reflective of those needs. And then the third theme would be around access. So a big concern is this disproportionate access to services in some communities versus others, and making sure that there's widespread awareness and ability for anyone, anywhere in California to access these services should they need or want them. And then how do we ensure that that we can deliver on that demand? So making sure that within a model network that we ensure reasonable caseloads, so that if someone requests a facilitator, someone can be there within a reasonable amount of time, to make sure that people would continue to request these services. Because we know if you request someone to come into an IEP meeting and we can't send a facilitator out for 3 months, right? Then that's really not helpful and is likely not going to meet the needs of our families or our schools. So again, these are the three main topics, and of course, there's lots of nuance to each of these, but these are really like when you pull up the overview of what we're hearing, the topics that we're hearing about. And I would love to take a moment just to give you all a chance to reflect on how a state-sponsored, so something that the state is providing to its partners, how could it potentially address these issues, these concerns that have come up from our partners? How could a state-sponsored network address neutrality? How could it address some of these equity issues that are being raised? And then how could it address concerns around access? Again, leave it to the moderators to help kind of facilitate any feedback you all might have around this question.
I feel like that a state-sponsored IEP facilitation work could address both three of the areas, in my opinion. I feel like my thing is like, how can we even have a neutral facilitated convo with our peers and within our IEP? Because I feel like it's a very common thing. It's a very common issue. For example, like whenever I have IEP meetings, a lot of people would disagree with each other. I mean, of course, we all disagree, but it's kind of hard. Like, we have to vote, we have to come to a conclusion. Like, it's an hour-long thing, I guess. And I feel like having this type of facilitation that is the state endorsed it, I feel like it could help a lot of people. Instead of making it voluntarily, like, I think we should make it like required, I think, because I feel like if we make this voluntarily, like, oh, that this is an opportunity, whatever the state endorsed, I feel like you're going to get this little of data. I don't think anyone wants that. And I feel like if we make it more, if we make it required, I feel like schools, counties, and districts would be able to actually mandate it in a way. And I feel like it would increase equity and access to many people. If you make it required, it gives you more access. If you don't make it required, then you're going to get very less access, in my opinion. So.
We've actually heard that in some of our groups, so I appreciate that feedback.
Before we go on, I just want the panel here to know that I'm going to be taking notes so that also your voices are being heard. So as you're letting us know, thank you for that user who just gave us that information. I'm also writing this down for our purposes as well.
Let's see, Ms. Sorter?
Hi. Yeah, so for the county, I'm an executive director of special ed for Riverside County Office of Education. And so 10 of my staff have actually gone through the IEP facilitated training through your organization. So for county offices though, right, and even for SELPAs, you're separate from the LEA. So if you're again looking at neutrality, going outside of your SELPA to support, right, sometimes district or in your own, then people don't look at that as being neutral. They think you might be biased. And so one suggestion would be just supporting outside of the SELPA or LEA that you do work for of connections with.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
Ms. Oyakawa?
Thank you. So I guess this addresses equity and access because in our district, I am not aware of having been offered any opportunities for any sort of ADR or facilitation. So that would be great to have that opportunity across the state. And so one, I guess, to train enough individuals to be able to facilitate, and two, to make sure that parents are aware that this is available. And maybe this speaks to what our student commissioner recommended as far as making something mandatory, perhaps not requiring every family in every district to participate, but at least giving notice and making everyone aware. So having that, at least the opportunity and knowledge. And I think that will go a long way. And if you make it a statewide initiative in that area, that will address a lot of the equity and access issues. Thank you for your work.
Love that. Dr. Lopez.
Thank you. I think this is a great conversation. And some of the things you've already said, but I want to put in the perspective of sometimes me as assisting someone or me being the parents and being at several IEPs for the last, all through high school, all through middle school. Language barrier is huge. And I know that oftentimes when an individual is in an IEP and they can speak English, it's like me in my own practice. I'll have somebody in here that speaks English and can understand, but really they don't really truly understand unless it's in their language. And we oftentimes think they understand, but there's very much a difference and these are deep conversations. And even when we speak English, we still have trouble with the acronyms and all of that. So I think the number one thing that's going to be a hurdle, at least, one of the main things is trust. And it's just that shift. It's going to be a whole paradigm shift. I had someone call me yesterday that I met, and she called me and asked me if I had a good attorney to refer to her because she wants to go through due process, just for the word she's a very intelligent gal, goes to Fullerton College. And I said, have you tried to go through ADR? Have you? And she said, what is that? She's been an advocate for her brother. And I said, well, talk to, find what your SELPA and find this and educate her. And he's in high school already. And so these things are foreign to her. So I think it really is going to come down to trust, because we think that there's a boogeyman in the closet, even when there's not. And we've been programmed to go and be on guard. Our stomach hurts the night before. We walk in and there's 10 people on that side of the table and then just us. I wouldn't like that, but even me, who I feel I have a stronger personality, I'd bring my husband, I'd bring the regional person, or center person. So I felt like I had my people too. And so I think those are the two big things. Working parents. We often think it's really easy just to take off. And I got a notice the other day, hey, we can have a meeting on this day or this day. And sometimes it's not an ask. It's say, you got this slot and this slot. When parents are working, two parents, they can't just take off because you've got financial responsibilities. So, and those come hand in hand, because if you don't trust that there's going to be change, how do you take the day off and half the day off and not make the money you need when you know you're not going to get anywhere? But we will lose the money. We will take that chance if we know we're making a big difference for our family member that really needs us. So We learned a lot during COVID, unfortunately, and fortunately, that some people can have a Zoom meeting and feel comfortable with that and not having to drive far away or take an hour during our lunch hour and have a meeting and still be able to go back to work and not be, jeopardize my paycheck. So those are 4 things that I just come off the top of my head that are real life things that we don't think about, and they're factors. So, or one parent in the family that's working and there's no possible way for that person to get away, and who's working on our behalf if that person's working for our child or our loved one. So
Great
thank
points.
you. Thank you.
No, thank you.
And just to add to the conversation, I'm sorry, Commissioner Wilkins? I'm sorry, Commissioner. Well, I was responding to this slide, so I'll wait my turn in line.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you so much for your presentation. So my name is Rachel Ding, and I'm a senior in high school right now. So I'm the other student commissioner. And I think something that we just wanted to emphasize is the idea of student-led IEP meetings and really empowering the students and families in that advocacy. So this is just kind of a bit of my background. I feel like as I'm almost about to turn 18 and I'm looking towards what happens after high school, something that was really, really helpful to me and also to, I know a lot of other students who've gone through this process, is being more involved with IEPs, with getting accommodations and learning about what are the rights that we have as students with disabilities. And I think that is such a crucial component of equity as well as accessibility in terms of these services. If the students and parents come into the meeting feeling confident and comfortable with the material that they have and knowing what will empower them and what they need. So just, I guess the piece of advice is bringing forward some of that student voice maybe. I remember on the slide, you were talking about the different stakeholders that was included in the survey and the focus groups. Maybe even adding a few students to that, I think could be a great perspective to include of like, how do students feel during those meetings? What are their concerns? Do they fully comprehend what is happening? And what do they feel comfortable engaging in? Thank you.
Love that. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing.
And my question is around the access and equity piece. I'm of 2 minds. One, I'm a parent of a child with an IEP, and I've had to actually file for due process just to force mediation on the district. So I understand the idea that it's not readily accessible to everybody across the state. But at the same time, I also want to acknowledge pockets of work, especially in ADR across the state. Tehama County, Ventura County, Orange Unified have presented to us before about around the great work. And so since we are a local control state, how do we balance the great work that's already happening in the local control part of the state with making sure that we have equity across as we're looking at some of this research?
And that's a great question. That's one of the things that we're really wanting to dig into with our advisory committee to figure out. And that's one of the questions that we've been asking in our focus groups is how do we leverage some of what's already been successful in California? I think that you bring up a really good point because we don't want to be competing, right? We don't want the state sponsored network to be in competition with what's already happening at the SELPA and the LEA level that's already been successful. So maybe this is another option, right, that could be accessed. So thinking back to that graphic that we had with the umbrella, with all these different options that are available to IEP teams to access ADR processes, a state-sponsored neutral facilitation needs to be one of those options through this network, but maybe it's done in a way that deliberately builds upon but doesn't compete with what's already happening and is already successful. Great question, and something to continue to keep at the forefront.
One last thought in terms of neutrality, equity, and access. Connecting with our last presentation, expanding the tent and the belief of who can facilitate IEP meetings, and going back to one of the earlier slides, it doesn't require content knowledge, so what assets might be in our community that are seen as neutral and trusted, whether it's a community-based organization, potentially one of the leaders in a faith-based community who could just facilitate good communication. And so just broadening our ideas of who can help us in terms of public agencies and families communicate better. I'd also add FRCs, FECs, PTIs, all of the alphabet soup of partnership.
I love that. Thinking outside the box beyond what we're traditionally thinking of as organizations that could plug into this network. Any other thoughts? All right, for the sake of time, I'm going to push us along and just really, kind of stamp this key idea that, the state-sponsored option for ADR has the potential to transform school and family partnerships on behalf of California students. And we're really, again, privileged to be a part of this work. Just wanted to share some next steps that, once our advisory committee provides their recommendations, that we at Key2Ed, in partnership with Cadre, will be compiling that implementation report that I mentioned earlier. And this is going to include, per our scope of work, the methods and the strategies that we've used to come up with our recommendations. We'll be leveraging and referencing the research data and best practices that we know exist already, but taking into consideration the voice of California's partners, we will provide some options for implementing a proposed model. And then then the department will be considering different options for how that model network can be implemented. Wanted to go ahead and, again, if you haven't seen the survey that we put out earlier in the school year, earlier in the fall, would just encourage anyone who hasn't already had that opportunity to complete that survey to please do so. And I think, Robin, were you able to drop that in the chat? Okay.
Yep.
I saw the chat bar and I was like, I hope that's Robin. She read my mind. So that the link is in the chat. There's also a QR code, but of course that requires use of your phone, and not everybody really prefers that mode. We also would really ask that you share the survey with others in your network. We, especially as you can probably understand, really want to hear from parents and from students. And that's something that at a state level can be a real challenge to get at that level of investment, that level of partnership. And so would just, again, request that if you're able to share this information with others, that you encourage them to fill out their survey as well. And then finally, whoops, I got my Q&A somehow popped up. I wonder if there's any outstanding questions that we can answer for you before our time is up. We'll also leave, and I'm going to move a slide ahead just so that you guys can take note of my email address. Of course, you can feel free to reach out to any of us at Key2Ed, but wanted to make sure that you all had my email address in case there were questions that came up after the meeting concludes. But in the time we have left, I'm happy to answer any additional questions that you all might have.
While you're thinking about your questions, I'd like to jump in and just add that just so that everybody here has an understanding of, Key2Ed is also working closely in communication with a couple of other SELPAs that have an ADR grant that they're working on, a project related to more local IEP facilitation stuff at the local level, whereas we're focusing more on just this neutral network. But we are all talking and working together. It isn't one of us working on top of the other. We are all trying to look at this umbrella, as Teresa said, with all the different options. But we just want to know the right hand's talking to the left hand. Want you to know all of that, because I think in the past it's sort of been people working in silos, and we're really trying to bring that collaboration to the forefront. So are there any questions?
Commissioner Wilkins?
Thank you so much for your presentation today. Just when is timeline in terms of delivery of the implementation report? Because I'm really excited to read it and see where we're going.
Yeah, you know what? You might be the only person other than the CDE or that reads our. No, I'm just kidding. So our report will be to the department by the end of June, but that will be the final version. We expect to have a draft report to the department end of May, beginning of June, and then iterate from there based on feedback. But a final report will be to the department by July 1st. And I'm going to hold you to reading it.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I've been to one of the Key2Ed facilitated IEP trainings, and that was great. So thank you for that as well. I know that
Thank you.
we have gotten access to those trainings through our SELPA, and I'm curious to hear if you have worked with either family empowerment centers or other agencies to provide like more parent-facing training around some of the components of the facilitated IEP training, or if you have had a lot of parents attending those.
Well, I'll speak a little to that, and Robin, you can jump in. But yes, we are working closely with the parent centers. We have done some work with them, and they have been part of our not advisory committees, our focus groups. And we've met with them offline too to get their feedback and information. But some of the things that have come out of our interviews and focus groups has been just that. We need more parent training around this and more parent empowerment around this. So that's going to be something that will definitely be in our recommendations moving forward.
Great, thank you.
All right. Well, if there are no further questions, again, feel free to reach out using this email address if anything comes up. We would love to hear from you as we continue through this project, and hopefully we'll be able to come back and share a final update towards the end of our project.
We would look forward to that. And so on behalf of the Commission, I want to thank you for sharing great information with us. And I'd ask any members of the public in the room who would like to make public comment to begin lining up at the microphone, as well as sharing the slide for members of the public wishing to make public comment. And I would also just put a plug in. The skills you learn as an IEP facilitator actually translate to a whole host of other meetings.
We sure do.
Yep.
It's foundational in my growth as an administrator, attending a facilitation training several years, a long time ago. That really highlighted just the importance of sometimes being quiet and listening to what's really being said. And so I would share the importance of developing our skills as neutral facilitators, no matter our role, and really want to thank you again, and please let us know how we can continue to support the work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Seeing no members of the public in the room, we will close public comment in the room and pause for any members of the public online.
There are no callers.
Okay, with that, we will close item 5 and we will move into a break. It is, by my system, 2:49. I'd ask everyone to be back in seats at 2:59 so we can start our next presentation at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome back, everyone. We are excited for item 6. It's going to be a presentation on the pathways to partnership, continuing our theme related to communication and dispute resolution. Very excited to have Veronica Coates, Assistant Superintendent from the Tehama County SELPA, with us today. And I want to call out, she is probably the only member of the statewide system of support who is not in Monterey right now. as our partners and collaborators there are connecting this week. And so really want to extend our appreciation, Veronica, for being with us today to share information. I yield the floor to you.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Okay, this is a beautiful mic because it doesn't give a lot of that loud feedback back. Well, thank you. Beautiful introduction. Yes, my name is Veronica Coates. I do think I'm probably one of the only members of the state system of support who is not in beautiful Monterey, in the Monterey Peninsula. I had something scheduled before they scheduled it. So that is why you get me here today solo. This work is not at all Veronica's work. This is a huge team effort with multiple people, multiple agencies, but they're all in Monterey, as Chair Tostin just shared. And I am so happy to provide you this update on our project, Pathways to Partnership. It is the Alternative Dispute Resolution Special Education Resource Lead. A lot of acronyms, so I'm trying to spell them out so we don't all assume that, right? I'm getting some nods, right? It's a lot of words, but it's important so that we know what the words mean. So I'm going to try and talk about what our project is up to, how it has progressed through the year one. We're in, month 6 of the project, and also would love some feedback from you all on how to move forward. There's some exciting things on the horizon. Whew. Almost did something that I didn't want to do. All right, partners and leadership team. We have a lot of partners, hence our name, ironically, Partners, Pathways to Partnership. But first and foremost, our partnership with the California Department of Education, as well as the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, are paramount. They are our funders. They support us through the work. They provide us some guidance on technical assistance projects, and really have been the cheerleaders on why this project was specifically needed for the state of California. I'm especially excited to talk about our project after the last presentation, because I was like almost rocking back there and wanting to raise my hand saying, oh, but we're doing that, because there are some things that we're already doing that you all had some questions about that are really exciting. The 2 SELPAs that are leading this project are my SELPA, Tehama County SELPA, which is about 2 hours just due north of here in Sacramento, and Ventura County SELPA, which is in Southern California, right before Los Angeles County. And our county offices are in partnership with us. We thought that was very, very important, because just as there is dispute with special education in the IEP setting, there's sometimes dispute between county offices. Sometimes there's disputes between SELPAs and county offices. So we wanted to show that we have a foundation of really having a collaboration. So they're also our partners. And the most important part of this, and we're the only resource lead, I think, in the entire statewide system of support that was mandated. I liked what one of our student commissioners said, like, sometimes you just don't do things unless you're required to do them, right? That's important. And one of our requirements of our project was we had to have a parent and family empowerment or resource center involved in our leadership team, embedded in our grant work. And we have 2. We actually added one at the onset of this. Our two that are associated with our SELPAs, so Rao Family Empowerment Center, which covers a huge area in the North State. I think something like 9 or 10 counties. And then Rainbow Connections Family Resource and Empowerment Center in the Ventura region. And they just recently became an empowerment center with that new funding. So we're excited to have them as an equal part of our leadership team, not just kind of on the side and bringing them in and asking their opinion. They're at every meeting. They are part of our team just as much as I'm a part of the team. This is just our mission statement. I'm not going to bore you with it. However, I'll kind of hit the highlights that really our mission is focused on changing the culture of IEP meetings, as well as special education in general, when it's related to how we engage with each other in communication to prevent dispute. So we don't want to have all of this talk about neutrality sometimes. We want to actually change the mindset and the culture and have students and families and educators feel like they are equal experts. So this is just our mission statement saying why we believe that. Essentially, our vision statement is similar, except it kind of encapsulates more of that big picture lens. What are we really charged to do as a statewide resource lead? And the charge is to not just focus on our local SELPAs or just county offices, but to really build capacity for the entire state of California on changing the mindset and culture of preventing disputes in special education. That's a huge, huge task, right? I'm seeing some nods. I'm sure I'm seeing some nods on the camera as well. As our system is built on dispute in some respects. It's a legal contract, right? So we're tasked with really changing the culture of this, and we are up for that challenge and excited to embark on that mission and vision. This is just a quote from the California Collaborative of Educational Excellence. I kind of highlighted where we're pulling a lot of that inspiration from on what does the state system of support do. We hear a lot about the statewide system of support. What the heck does it do? Really, it has exemplar practices, folks and agencies that are doing really excellent work, and then it's intentionally connected to disseminate and curate resources for the users, students, families, districts, county offices, family empowerment centers, SELPAs, California Department of Education staff, right? Users of the system. We're intentionally connected to provide a network and resources, and hopefully not have to hire all of this out individually. We believe in local control, of course, but how can we have a network of resources we can pull from at any given moment? And we see ourselves as a connector in so many parts of that statewide system of support. How can we have high quality IEPs, that's project, without having a focus from family engagement and student lens? I included this, all of this is on your PowerPoint and linked as well. I am shamelessly plugging our website. So everything you're gonna see after kind of this slide are snippets from our website that just went live that you can access today. So some of those graphics are taken right from there. This was our initial foundational principles. What are we really trying to do? We're trying to partner, and partner means not just partnering with educators and family empowerment centers, but across those networks. And how do we leverage those resources? How do we build the capacity at all of those areas, not just with educators, also families and students? And how do we use our pillars of support? Once we do all of that, we would hope that everyone would have that statewide capacity to engage in some of those dispute prevention and resolution strategies, relationship building, et cetera. And then ultimately, we would have better student outcomes and students feeling like they were supported rather than just being in meetings where a lot of adults talk about them. This is just another kind of other example of how we've looked at our system of support. We want to increase that capacity at the local level all the way up to the state level, which would then increase our effectiveness as educators, families, and also students as the users. And we would hope, well, hope is not a strategy. We will increase participation in that statewide system of support network, as we want to be able to have students go to our website and access it all the way to SELPA directors, county directors, FEC directors. We don't want to have this, you go to this website and you go to this website. We want to have everyone feel that they have that participation. Our pillars of support are based on 3 big concepts: family and community support and conflict resolution. A lot of you were talking about that. I heard that in your questions at our last session with Key to Ed, and you were asking things like, how does my district obtain access to some of these things? Just basic communication skills, right? Or how do I as a student or family member access that? So our job is to curate those resources so that all of you will be able to access that in a way that meets your needs. There are some folks who are experts at mediation and are able to go in and access that already. They may not need those just basic communication skills or relationship building or access to those supports. We want to meet everyone where they're at. We want to have a voluntary alternative dispute resolution track as well. We would love to have a ton of mediators or a ton of folks that we're doing that IEP facilitation network. Do I think that's realistic at this moment? Not in this moment in time, but what we can do is build up those access points where people feel confident in doing those skills, having those skills in their own local areas, or being able to go over to the next county over and borrowing from them if that is not accessible in their own local area. The conversation we were talking about, where you are, we're all talking about, I was listening, about neutrality is fascinating to me because I don't believe anyone can be truly neutral. I think we are human beings and there's so much emotion, as it should be, tied to the IEP because it is a human experience and we're talking about human beings, our students. So being completely neutral, to me, I don't know if that's possible. But what we can do is we can provide skills on how to get to neutrality or find as neutral facilitation as possible, or we are honest and transparent that sometimes we might not be as neutral as possible, and we may need to seek outside neutrality or an internal neutral, so to speak. We also have a pillar of support of providing a statewide training for facilitated IEPs, not just at the local level, but having access points to districts and families alike. I heard that question from you all, that there's a lot of training on facilitated IEPs for educators, right? Seeing some nods. We should be providing the same accessible training to parents. I think that's where we have to land, is why is something different given to parents? Why do program specialists get something different from a parent liaison? And why can't we be in the same room and have the same training? And that's where relationships and healing begins. We are piloting this. We're currently in a pilot phase. We have done a lot in Southern California region, and we are currently in the planning stages of bringing the pilot to Northern California before we disseminate statewide, so we can kind of get those bugs out. This is straight from our website, again, like shameless plug, that we are really looking to connect, collaborate, support, and then in essence, we will see the results after all of those things happen, built on relationship. The things that we're focused on right now is our website and resources that people can easily get things. Community of practices, we'll get there. Content experts at both the state and national level. Technical assistance, and then statewide support. One of the main things we really believe in is there needs to be a shared understanding of what is alternative dispute resolution, what is prevention of dispute mean. We're hearing in some of our surveys, people will say things like, oh, we don't want to get to ADR. We're like, no, everything is ADR. The whole table is ADR. It's not like we get here and everything gets worse, or we get here and everything gets better. So just common language is important across those different agencies. Shared learning platforms is really important, and established metrics. Right now, those of you remember my last presentation, right now our metrics for the state of California for dispute resolution, the only thing we have are when folks file. That's the only metrics we have on that, is when a parent has to file against a district, or vice versa, right? It can happen either way. There are no metrics, there's not any data integrity or metrics at this point to show all the good work that's happening. So we have a real vested interest in trying to create something like that. This is really exciting. We just launched this last couple weeks ago, I believe. And one of the things I've found is sometimes people don't know who to call even. You know, they're maybe filing a complaint at the CDE level or even a due process because they don't even know how to access that support. So we just launched these 2 clickable maps. you can go to the website and click on the SELPA administrators map and click on your county, and it will show you every SELPA director's office, phone number, and how to contact them. That's never happened before. Sometimes you're digging deep, right? Sometimes people don't want to be their website front and center on who to contact. The SELPAs and the administrators of the SELPA Association really do want parents to contact them to try and prevent a dispute. So we have all of that just front and center. We also have it for the Family Empowerment Center network. So both maps you would be able to access and at least get a number to your SELPA office and your Family Empowerment Center office. And we are looking at how we can even create regional maps a little better. And they're a little quirky. Still, we're working out the bugs. If you see something or you're like, this would work better, please send us a message because we are still refining those with our website designer. Content experts and our offerings. Right now, if you go to the website, we have over 20 trainings going on right now. It's almost overwhelming how much there is. We have things that are very, very for the novice person that is just getting into dispute prevention and resolution, all the way to those who want to have done everything and are looking to become a conflict coach. You can look and access those. Many, if not all, parents can also access at no cost, and almost all of them are virtual. We have different times sometimes. The evening times work better for parents. We're really trying to put all of that into perspective when we offer these things. We also have some office hours that you can access with trained mediators or conflict coaches, and that's not just for educators. If parents have a question and they're trying to figure out how to ask for something or how to do something different in their IEP, we have some office hours where they can access someone that is truly neutral as they don't know anything about any of the different regions. Community of practice. We're really excited about these that are going on. We have one statewide community of practice that was born before the grant that's continuing, and that is mostly educators. However, we have now looked at these regional hubs of an educator community of practice so that if there is a need for a district to say, access something from their neighbor rather than just their county or SELPA, they can access that in the regions. We've defined the regions as the California County Superintendent regions. We have 10 out of 11 of those regions represented already with 87 active members, and we're working on that last region. They're meeting regularly, they're developing norms and guidelines, they are doing their own professional development, and they're these regional experts for dispute resolution and prevention. On the other side of that, we're really focused on the Family Empowerment Center community of practice. And we have 2 out of the 9 regions represented on their side and are really working hard to get all 9 of those regions represented. Oh, I should go back. One thing we've learned about through the community of practice, because we really would like to have just one, where we're not, we're not having the educators here and the parents here. And what we've heard from both sides, especially the family side, is sometimes they just need a safe space. They just don't maybe want an educator in the room, and they really need this support network of other parents. So we've taken that and said, let's continue as is, see how we're working on these 2 community practices. We may end up with these regional networks, kind of on these different pathways, no pun intended, forever. We may never have one that's the same, and that's okay if that's the needs of the users. And it's really worked well so far. I just wanted to do, this is like logo soup here. These are all the folks that we're currently working with, as we are not, we are not alone in this work. So I just wanted to give them credit. Many of these are really embedded in our project, especially the family resource centers and empowerment centers, the SELPAs. We are assisting the SELPA Association in the annual Alternative Dispute Resolution Conference. And one of the things that we really wanted to focus on in that conference this year, because feedback for many years has been that families didn't feel as welcome to that conference and that it really felt like an educator conference. And we have really worked hard to flip that. We looked at every single submission for presentations through the lens of how will this support a family if the family was in the session. So the family does not feel alienated if they're in a session where, again, where there's just a lot of people talking about their child or talking about the issue, right? So we're really excited about that. We welcome you all. That is in the second week of March in Riverside. Some other things you've seen a lot of these others. I'm also excited for our meeting. We have an upcoming meeting with DREDF, Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, that'll be co-led by the Center for Appropriate Dispute Resolution in Special Education, CADRE, and really trying to work through that lens of how do families who are traditionally have a feeling of being marginalized, how can they access these supports? Because often, and we heard from in your last presentation, that a lot of times it feels like only well-resourced parents are able to kind of get to that next stage if there's something that goes awry. So we really want to hear from that perspective and offer something that is accessible to all. So next steps and needs, and this is where I would love, I think it's very similar to what Key to Ed asked you all too, is like, what do you see as next steps? How can we be a support to you? We only know what we know through our work through surveys and empathy interviews, and some of you are direct users of this system. So we'd love to hear more about that. So we're continuing to have opportunities with our partners through needs assessments, empathy interviews, focus groups, et cetera, really to ensure that power differential between families and schools is minimized. We want everyone to feel like they're going into the IEP or any part of the system in education as an expert, a co-expert. Again, continuing to launch our trainings, learning. One thing that we're really excited about is we're working and partnering with Sonoma County SELPA to learn more about their position that they call an independent child advocate. They hire a parent of a child or a student that either has a current IEP or they were a parent of a student with an IEP, and they are trained in these methodologies, and they are able to be, I guess, requested is the right word, through their model. If the parent doesn't want to have the education specialist, the program specialist at the SELPA, they may feel more comfortable with the independent child advocate. We love that model. We are working with them, currently contracting with them to have their independent child advocates do some trainings, hope to launch some things statewide, and really hope to see how replicable that program could be across the state. Really, really exciting work they're doing. We're in partnership with the California Department of Education on some really exciting technical assistance projects coming soon that we can't wait to be part of. And one of our needs, I want to be transparent and say one of our biggest needs, and I love having the two of you here selfishly, our biggest need is we have to find ways to have more youth voice. I think it's so dehumanizing to be in a meeting where everyone's talking about you, right? And that's what we kind of just did right now. So I'm calling myself out and saying we really need more youth and student voice. So I'd love to partner with the two of you too to see how we can get some of that out. We've really worked with the system improvement leads. They're kind of the leads, I like to say. David, our Chair Tostin, really was integral in starting that leadership team, and they have really taught us and really focused us on the empathy interview rather than just another survey, right? We can take surveys all day. We could do Google surveys. I actually love to take them. I was a former psych, so I like to take some surveys. But really that sometimes you need that follow-up. And an empathy interview really is organic. Obviously, there's questions we want to get at. But what Rachel may say is very different than maybe what Veronica would answer. So Rachel's question may diverge a little this way, where mine might diverge, and you get so much rich information. So we're really looking for more students to volunteer to do some of those empathy interviews. And we got there, question and answer time. I'm really excited to take questions, and I hope some of what I described answered some of your questions about the last presentation, because it's like, okay, how do we implement what you're saying? And we're already doing a little bit of that, and would like to partner with Key to Ed as well with whatever their report says, because we think we could be a part of their implementation. All right.
Commissioner Ding?
Thank you so much, Veronica, for speaking directly to Saran and I. I really, really love the idea of independent child advocates, but also building that community where it's parents helping other parents and families helping other families. Because I think this was something that also came at the forefront of mental health services, where what youth want is service providers that look like them, that know their story, know where they're from. And I think when it comes to empathy interviews and gaining that family and student perspective, it's reaching out through those channels that they're comfortable with. Mm-hmm. So perhaps having, as you mentioned, like students who've gone through the whole IEP process and now they're older, they've been through it, they have some of their own knowledge and experiences to share. I think they are in a great place to maybe even conduct those interviews or to reach out to students and families, since they've been in like the day-to-day, they've gone through all of this, they can really speak to individual like anecdotes. And also there's just that emotional connection. But I think that would be like such a great way to conduct those focus groups and gain that perspective. And I think another, on the flip side of that, I know surveys, there's like pros and cons of them, but one way that in my district, I'm located in the Fremont Union High School district, we found really helpful is actually anonymous surveys.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because sometimes students just feel a bit awkward when they feel like they're divulging so much. And when it comes to an anonymous survey, it kind of gives them a platform where they can talk very truthfully about their experiences without being afraid of like, oh, what if someone like reports me, or like I can't communicate myself correctly. So giving them just some place where they can express their experiences without feeling judged or without feeling kind of exposed, I think would be a great way to also gain youth perspectives.
I love that. See, I knew I would get so much stuff from just the two of you. I love the idea of students leading the empathy interviews. And I really think that could, with a little work, that would be such a rich way to get information. As you're right, all the research says, especially for your age range, that you don't want to talk to adults sometimes, right? And that talk about the peer counseling movement. You know, talking to your peers is really important to you. I love that idea. I'm definitely taking that one back. Thank you.
And then one last quick comment. I really do like how it's centering on the student experience, because I've talked with a lot of my friends and a lot of my classmates when you kind of get caught up in the middle as the student. And at the end of the day, it's like very difficult when there are so many conflicts going around you for students, like for their mental health, for just like a stability in their environment and in their life. So I really think centering it on how the student is feeling and what they need at that moment is so crucial.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Notch?
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. I always love hearing about your work. Thanks for bringing this to us. I was thinking a lot about the trust and relationship building and how critical that is. And as a practitioner, before I was a parent of a child with an IEP, I did things without even thinking about what they might communicate. And then walking into my first IEP meeting, before I walked in, everybody else walked in. And they sat in the room for a little while, and they could have been talking about, like, you know, the TV show they watched or whatever it was, but the story that I told myself was they're making plans and they're having conversations about what not to say. And I never would have thought of that until I experienced it. And so I'm wondering if, and I'm sure you're already doing a lot of this, but I'm wondering if there's work around taking the information that you're getting from families and from students and focusing on the things in between the lines.
That is a great question. And yes, absolutely. I would say that's probably one of the most important things we should do, and because it's so preventative, right? We are getting a lot of rich information around that, and we would like to set up these things called like conflict labs to actually show what not to do and what to do so that people can go and look, setting up the room, where all the educators are sitting on one side, or waiting for the parent to leave and everyone staying in the room, like everyone get up and leave. Or I think David mentioned about clergy, allowing your clergy person to come in if you really wanted to, having round tables, having some food, maybe bringing some food. So yes, we're looking at those between the lines and figuring out how do you disseminate that? It's so nuanced, and our system is so traditional. Those are things that are, I think, really important that we don't focus on enough, and we are definitely looking at it. Yes.
Commissioner sorry. Go ahead.
So I liked how you emphasized about student and youth voices, because I remember when I went to conference, someone said, "Who asked for this?" And that's something that I like to ask a lot, adults, is who asked for this? Because if it wasn't from youth or family voices, then what are we doing then? Something that I do want to emphasize more about an idea is surveys, like what Rachel said, anonymous surveys are actually a great way that a lot of students feel like. Sometimes at my school, we did a survey, a family and learner end of the year survey. So we got about 90% out of 390 students at our school. So because our dean of students in our school wanted to know like where our students struggling at and what our issues are. And to me, a lot of students do it anonymously. And if we do it anonymously, it's a great way to do it. However, the best way to get students involved in these type of things is creating a student council. There's nothing wrong with it.
I loved your idea.
Because adults, of course adults have these board advisory council meetings, all these commission meetings. However, if you create like the pathway partnerships organization that you are part of, create a youth advisory council where youth from general ed and special ed can come together from different schools. Does not need to be a rigorous application or whatever. We just want your voice or something. Open up on an Instagram or something or Facebook. Students will feel more comfortable with that because a lot of students nowadays, majority use Instagram. I do a lot. That's the best way to access resources. So doing that and having a youth advisory council would be a best bet in my opinion.
Amazing ideas, yes. And we are working on social media for that very reason. And it's so important, right? We have to do it because it is the way to access your generation. I love that idea.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Hi. Oh, I see my microphone's been on this whole time. That's a little terrifying. Thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure I have a question so much as I'm thinking a lot of what you've presented in the previous presentation, and it's getting my brain rotating a bit about my experience over the last decade of going to IEP meetings and still feeling really nervous and anxious and unprepared and isolated and alone every single time. And I go to my child goes to a school. I've never really had a contentious IEP or one that, was really, really hard like some of the ones I've heard. So I'm going into pretty good situations typically, but I still have such deep anxiety. And I also sit, on this commission and hear a lot about special education. And I'm, probably a bit more aware and engaged about this system than a lot of other. And I speak English. I have all these things that make it so it should be so much easier for me, and it's just not. And when you mentioned that you have conferences that would be open to parents, that got me thinking about, I hear about conferences nonstop for the educators?
Yes.
And where are the conferences for the parents, the special education parents, so that we can have that depth of knowledge and understanding of the system and how it works and how we can best advocate for our kids, rather than just this annual meeting where we go in and we're just facing a firing squad of a whole gaggle of people and we're alone.
I think those are excellent points. Like you've shared exactly what we hope to deposit with everyone. You haven't had a bad IEP maybe, but the amount of angst and anxiety you feel is still very real and present. It's your baby, it's your child, the most important person in your life. And you're going to a meeting where people are talking about them and often talking about their deficits. So, and I think that's exactly our mission and vision, is so that you feel just as this website is just as much for you as it is for the educators. And we need to do better at having those professional development or trainings, or if parents aren't feeling comfortable, we need to be able to create and curate things where they do feel comfortable.
Thank you. And I just want to add one more thing to that. Also, how are we getting information of services and websites like yours out? Because I'm very familiar with the family empowerment centers, and they're great, but there are so many other things that I learn about in these meetings that I don't know how the other parents are learning about them or where we're finding them. How would they find this website? All of that too. And again, social media is just as kind of big with the adults. We might be on Facebook a little more than Instagram. I don't know what the latest
We're going to do a
grade is.
Facebook too. We're going to do a Facebook too. That is the question. Actually, that's the hardest question to answer. Like, I don't have any fears about the big, can we change the system? I think we can. I don't know how to get our word out. I think it's the biggest hurdle. We're doing a lot of these things where we're kind of going on this little road show. We are trying to get these out to every SELPA County Office District, family empowerment centers, so those family networks, PTAs. We're just trying to push it out widely. I am open to any ideas. None of us went into education thinking we would all of a sudden become publicists or PR experts, right? So we are trying every avenue to get the word out. And that's the whole system of support struggles, I think, in this specific area.
And I'll just add one more thing to that.
Of course.
I am a PR professional. That's my background. So I'm always thinking of this, how do we get the word out? And I will say, I don't know if this is universal, but certainly in the schools and communities that I'm within, your best ambassadors are the parents. So finding those parent leaders, and that's who has the trust. And at our school, we, the special ed parents all kind of, have our own little community, and we communicate amongst each other, and that's where we get the best information and the networking and all of that sort of stuff, and advice on IEPs and all that kind of stuff. So tapping into those those parent leaders and
And CACs, I was remiss. CACs, I do think kind of have sometimes the finger on the pulse too. Yeah, our community advisory councils.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Thanks for coming. I told you it was going to be great. Really excited at the work that you're doing, especially the deep dives that you guys are doing to kind of break maybe the way things have been done for a long time and really just breathing new life. Because I really do believe there's amazing things possible when we work together. I really am excited to hear about the student voice and how important that is. But with that, I just really want to make sure that we are using a robust and diverse student. It's very important to me. My son, although he's verbal, choppy speech, sometimes scripted speech, but wow, really gets what's going around him. And he's older now, but just when we're getting these advisory groups together and stuff like that, that we really make a conscious effort to include a lot of different levels of students with disabilities.
I love that, absolutely.
Commissioner Hayakawa.
I see her.
Hello, sorry. Thank you so much. This was really exciting to hear, and thank you for asking our youth commissioners directly to make their suggestions. I loved one one of their recommendations to have a youth advisory council. I think that's a great way to get the student's voice contributions made. And I agree with Commissioner Ruiz that we would love to see more diversity in the student representation in addition to all the other groups that we pull from. That the students should also come from a range of backgrounds and disabilities. It's hard to cover everybody, but it's nice to get as many voices and perspectives as we can. The reason I actually wanted to comment was when you were talking about the community of practice and having like sort of the co-training with parents and educators and admin, like I perked up and I said, why don't I very rarely go to any sort of workshop or any event where there's the group that includes parents as well as sort of the experts or the practitioners. And I think you really have something there that I'd love to see more of. I agree that there are times where you need to have a safe space for parents when they're getting their training and learning about their rights and their students' rights. But to have the relationship that we all been talking about really would be very helpful to have everyone in the same room as we're covering these topics so that we have a discussion, a real discussion with people from the different perspectives. And I was thinking, part of me was thinking practically like, well, for an administrator or an educator, would this be too basic for them? Would they be like, of course, when the parent asks a question, well, we all know the answer to that. And then I thought, well, you know what? Maybe part of their education is to see how basic some of the questions might be from the parents, because most parents don't know that much, and we don't know as much as the educators do. And so I hope that there's a way to make it so that it gets the information that the administrators and educators need so that they are growing in their work and in their profession, but also gives the opportunity for them to learn from the parents and also the students what it's like on the other end. And I hope that would go towards enriching the experience for everybody in there. And I just hope we can learn more about those types of opportunities. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's where the real healing begins too, when we're in those spaces together, working out things and hearing from each other, and really then kind of demystifying those assumptions that we make. We get to hear from both sides, that lived experience. And Cadre, the National Technical Assistance ADR folks, you heard about them. They're working with the Key to Ed IEP facilitation. They do a national conference once every 5 years. And we're trying to work with them as well to bring some of that to our annual ADR conference here. But their national conference has parents, State Department staff, mediators, lawyers, advocates, administrators, everyone at the same conference in the same sessions. And I found it very humbling, as well as very educating to hear questions from both of those in the same session, because you kind of are able to, in that moment, work through some of your assumptions. It's very beautifully done. I highly recommend that. I think it'll be, the next time they'll have that, it'll be in 2025.
Commissioner Ding?
And just one last thing I wanted to add on to Commissioner Hamilton. I think most of the resources have really come from like word of mouth from other parents in my family's own experience. And also just like language barriers, I know, is like a big issue for a lot of communities who like they don't know what their rights are and who to reach out for help because of that language barrier, and they can't access the things they need. So maybe having those resources in many different languages and having information sessions which has like translators or someone speaking their native language.
Yes, absolutely. We're really working on that right now, curating all those resources and translating, and absolutely very important.
So I just wanted to share a comment. I'm at the university level preparing educators, and we have a faculty member who actually hires parents to co-teach. In this case, it's the school psychology program. So we have parents who are on the equal basis with a faculty member
co-teaching. And so if we could get more universities to do that model, Dr. Tisa Sevis would be, I think, a great resource for you. But it just made me think how much more we need to involve our families and parents in preparation of all educators. So thank you.
Yeah.
So many thoughts. I'm going to do my best to amplify something Commissioner Ding said. Imagine a set of circumstances where you as a young person, a lot of the important people in your life are in conflict with each other. The parents and my educators are in conflict with each other about me. And that was really powerful for me, again, because, like, yes, trainings have their place and we want a capacity build, but I don't want us to miss the power of understanding and hearing the lived experience. I would propose to all of us probably the best partnerships in your lives are not because of the absence of disagreement and dispute, but how well you resolve them and become stronger as a result of that. And so, Veronica, thank you for really emphasizing that, like, the absence of dispute may not, or disagreement may not be realistic, but how we leverage those opportunities to strengthen our partnerships and to refocus on who, the student, is most important through our conversations. I would highlight a lot of our conversation around how do we come together, parents and public agencies. The state has invested $100 million into an initiative just around community engagement, and it's based on the dual capacity building framework out of Harvard University that focuses on how we build our shared capacity for learning and moves away from the model where we as educators put our mask on first, we get all the training, and then we show our butcher paper to our communities and family with the hope that we'll all improve. And so I would highlight that as an opportunity for us to learn how the state is honoring some of the comments that we have all shared around how we grow and learn together. And I just wanted to close with Veronica. Thank you so much for your time. Veronica and I have known each other for several professional lifetimes now.
Years, yeah.
And I'm always inspired by your authentic passion and commitment to improving things and your presence and leadership opening up different opportunities. So thank you so much for being here. We know it was a scheduling quirk, but so happy you were here.
That's great. And to your point, you know, it's kind of interesting because I'm not afraid of conflict. And some people are like, what, you're doing the ADR project? Like, you engage in conflict. Like, those of you who know me know this, right? Because conflict actually breeds innovation. So we shouldn't be thinking about how to get rid of conflict, because if we didn't have conflict or disputes, we wouldn't ever grow. So it's really, like you said, how we're handling it and how we take that anxiety out of being able to go and be strong and be an advocate for your child, or vice versa. So I appreciate that, and I'm happy to come back anytime. And thank you so much for the feedback, and we'll continue seeking that from our partners. So thank you.
We look forward to tracking your progress in our future conversations. I would ask any members of the public in the room wishing to make a comment to please line up at the microphone in the back. And if we could share the slide for those who are joining us online. No, that's not you. They're good, yeah. And that's Veronica in a nutshell. There's a problem, let me jump in. just the ownership, love that about you. So seeing no members of the public in the room, we will close public comment in the room, and we will pause for public comments online.
There are no callers.
Well, thank you. We will close public comment online, and I appreciated the mindfulness break. So we will go into our next agenda item, item 7, committee study sessions. This will be the first time we're trying this, so this will be the first time we're trying this. And so as a reminder, any commissioners who are not actively engaged in the committee session will start with the goal award, and then we'll move to the elections committee. I would ask that you take a moment outside or in the audience, but asking for those who want to engage in the conversation for the various committees to stay on the dais and ask everyone else to transition elsewhere. So with that, starting with the goal award, and I know we have co-chairs. Can I just show of hands online? Who's actually the co-chair or who's leading the goal award? Because a number of us have contributed over the past year.
I guess I'm one of those.
Okay, so Don and Russell? Anyone online? All right. So as we were trying this new format, one of the reasons we're doing this is obviously Bagley Keene, so I would remind us all, anytime we're communicating outside of the meeting and there's more than two of us engaged in the conversation, we risk creating a serial meeting. And so I'll ask the co-chairs in between meetings to obviously facilitate any conversations for planning for our committee session. But outside of that, the rest of us would refrain from the conversation where it would create more than two commissioners talking about the item. All right, so with that.
Cool. Hi, everybody. So you will notice, before we get into it for today, you will notice that I am not, in fact, Commissioner Oyakawa. And so I think we talked about this last time, but she is stepping away from the co-chair position. She will still be a part of the Goal Award Committee, and I will be stepping up in her place. And so Commissioner Hamilton and I will be co-chairing the Goal Award Committee moving forward. So thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa, for all of your work over the last, I actually have no idea how long you were a co-chair, but thank you and congrats for stepping down. So a couple things of business that we wanted to talk through today. First is just lingering 2023 Goal Award, just kind of trying to close out from last year. And so I know that there had been a couple emails going around and wanted to call in Commissioner Sorter if you had any updates for bringing the plaque and presenting at the board meeting for San Bernardino.
So I do have the plaque. I'm in possession of it. We just have to get on the board agenda if we're going to do it at a board meeting and set up that contact, and then whoever would like to go. And I can Google right now I can look to see when the next board meetings are, or send an email out if I have who to send those to. But I do have the plaque.
Excellent. We have the plaque. Do you have a contact, or do we need to get that from Commissioner Oyakawa or from our friends at CDE?
I think, Christine, you have the contact, don't you?
Yes. Sorry, I think I misunderstood. I thought you were making the last outreach to the district representatives. So if
I will. I just need to confirm who I'm reaching out to.
Okay, I'll resend that. Sorry about that.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So plaque is good to go. We will work to get on their board agenda for the upcoming month or two. Can we confirm, CDE folks, if we have sent the check for 2023? Okay, great. So check, plaque check, great. So with the presentation at the upcoming board meeting, that will officially close out 2023. Anything to add, Commissioner Hamilton, for 2023? Okay, wonderful. So moving into 2024, we are looking to follow the timeline that had been happening from 2022 and previous. Last year, it got pushed a little bit. And so we are looking to go back to the original timeline for Goal Award. And so what that is going to look like for this upcoming year is that we would like to get the application out into the field by next Friday, March 1st. We'd like the application to be due Friday, March 29th. And then the applications to committee members to score by April 3rd. We will then get our scores back to CDE by April 10th. The CDE will score the results to the committee by April 15th, and then we will announce the winners and determine award amounts at the April 17th through 18th ACSE meeting. For CDE, are we able to just send an email with those dates to you and confirm that? Would that be process? Wonderful. And so what we would like to do then is we had discussed last year at committee meetings to adjust the rubric and just rethink around the scoring rubric based on updates to advisory commission priorities. That work was slated to be done during this past fall of 2023, but since we had been doing a fair amount of work on the 2023 award in the fall when we were originally anticipating not to, that work was not completed. And so we will move forward for the 2024 award with the existing rubric and application. Theoretically, this process will then be done during the summer, and we will take the late summer and fall meetings to adjust the rubric for 2025 award. That is our current plan. Last couple of things that we wanted to talk about is the fun part, the funding. And so we have a little bit of money. I'm not exactly sure how much. I don't believe that it is sufficient to fund a full award. But we can, we'll follow up offline to get the exact amount. And so we are gonna need to look into continuing funding. There have been a couple conversations, and so we wanted to look at two avenues to do this. First is to reach out to the Grazer family to see if there's any interest in continuing to fund the award. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, and so I don't know if there are folks that had been here previous to me that have contacts, but we'll look into that. And then there was also a conversation about the possibly, or a state SELPA association taking over the ongoing funding of the award. And so those are the couple things on discussion for today.
So I can reach out to the Grazer family and let them know that we're coming to the end of their generous donation and see if there's any interest in charting a path forward with their involvement. And we've had express interest from the State SELPA Association to partner for some acknowledgement, because the Gold Award, I want to be clear, connected with the Grazer family. And so this is an opportunity for us to maybe envision something different in partnership with State SELPA, who's already expressed interest, but there's nothing that says we can only have one recognition, so we'll open it up to any of the other statewide or appropriate philanthropists who might want to provide some level of resource so that we can acknowledge publicly programs, individuals that are, I think, aligned with activities worth sharing and promoting and scaling. But I think that's all open for conversation with the award committee as well as our potential partners.
I was just going to add that I think there's been some confusion in the past about what kind of funding we can accept or get, or the logistics of that related. So I think CDE will have to be engaged in that conversation as well.
That's actually been clarified. We want to partner with an organization that does not need to make the donation because of the kind of structure of ACSE and just keeping it efficient. And so using our work to highlight programs that say scale belonging or focus on well-being in partnership with someone else who, if that organization chose to give a financial award, they could do so in partnership with us. But we, as a commission, have learned accepting donations. It's a little hard to administrate as the years go on and we have attrition in different seats.
So then I'm hearing a few next steps for that. We'll reach out to the Grazer family to see if they are interested in continued funding. I can connect with you about that. And then Co-Commissioner or Co-Chair Hamilton and I can reach out to the state SELPA. I think my one question is what would be the most appropriate vehicle to sort of more widely solicit donations from other types of organizations? Or is me saying that the solicitation?
Yes, and I think we have an opportunity for partnership as you're liaisoning with non-public entities. So if you're like liaisoning with the Assembly, unlikely, but if you are liaisoning with another statewide organization, we might alert them of that opportunity.
So then what we can do is provide a couple bullet points around the goal award and send that out to liaisons just so that you can have some talking points as you are liaisoning with your agencies.
Commissioner Hoyokawa is on the line. She would like to make a comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I don't know if Commissioner Estes is in the room, but I believe she last year was going to start with the preparation of sort of the highlights of the past award recipients, pulling that information, and then reaching out to the Grazer folks. So I don't know if she started any of that, but if she has, we might want to check in with her before we duplicate any efforts. Maybe start with where she was and then use that information. And in addition to reaching out to the Grazer family, other potential donors like we're talking about now. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't duplicate efforts. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Oyakawa. So we will definitely follow up with Commissioner Estes, and I will just share, it's my understanding that in past communication with the Grazer family, that was a one-time donation. We'll follow up and confirm, but I think I'll suggest our focus is on how we envision next year's process for acknowledging programs, systems, people, however it's framed up, and it might be worthy of a continued conversation this year for us collectively to identify the priorities that would be worthy of, or not worthy of our recognition, or we want to recognize and emphasize in line with our strategic actions and plans, like what is it that we really want to promote and use our platform to sunshine and highlight.
And to confirm, that is the work that we are envisioning for the fall, to kind of rethink the rubric and then to sort of realign it with some of our priorities as a commission.
Commissioner Liu has a comment.
Yes, thank you. I'm not familiar with this, and I was wondering how much donation we're asking for this award, if we find a donor.
What's the statement? Beggars can't be choosy. So I think, given that out of the goodness and partnership with the Grazer family, I don't think it wouldn't be appropriate for us to specify amounts, but we would want to, obviously, in the past, the funds have been used to support programs that are scaling. And so if it was a literacy program, the donation and the award amount was intended to support providing supplies, et cetera, for that program that might help them scale and improve.
And what we've given in the past has been, I believe, a $5,000 award. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a range?
So it's in like 4 figures kind of area.
Yes, and as many figures as are available.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you for letting me know.
Okay. Any other questions or discussions before we summarize next steps? Okay. So CDE Co-Chair Hamilton and I will get you up the confirmed application and the written timeline by the end of this week, I think. Yeah.
Yes. I would like to just ensure that it's not only the application, but the rubric and scratch that.
Yeah. So it would be, we'd want to get them the application and then the written timeline so that that can be sort of written down with the goal of adhering to that timeline through this full year.
Correct.
And then we'll connect with Chair Toston around communication with the Grazer family, and then we'll work on getting folks bullet points after coordinating with Estes, Commissioner Estes, so that you can share that with your various liaisons.
Do we also have a clear list of who will be on the judging panel this go around, so we know who to get the applications to when they come in?
That is a great question. I don't think that we do. My assumption is that the folks that are still sitting here would like to be the judges, but
in the past, it's depended on how many applications were received, and who volunteered, if memory serves me correct.
It was volunteer. Initially, it was just Commissioner Oyakawa and me, I think, for a while, and we determined that we needed a wider set of eyes and participation in that process. So it expanded last year, which was really helpful, but it was by volunteer, so we might want to gather a list of volunteers from the complete committee, current committee, since we have some new members.
And maybe this is a good process question. My understanding is that if you are still sitting on the dais right now, you are part of that committee. Because you did not leave.
Everyone backs away. Yes, I think everyone who's still on the dais and online is a potential reviewer. And I'm seeing everyone online. And I think Janine may have her hand up. Or Commissioner Topoli.
I'll do it. I'll volunteer.
Such leadership. Yeah. Actually, are you okay if we make a list now? So we have Commissioner Topolin. Is there anyone else who would like to volunteer? I see Commissioner.
I'll help.
Commissioner Sorter.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Notch and Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Ding and Commissioner Groff. So everyone except me right now, I think.
And you haven't been peer pressured in?
No, because I want to support the opportunity for others.
Great. We will get working on that. Any other questions about, or any points of discussion for a goal award? All right. Thanks all.
Seeing none, we will transition to the Elections Committee. And so I want to thank Commissioner Michaud and Commissioner Wilkins for volunteering to co-chair the Elections Committee. And so, again, just like the Goal Committee, actually this one's different because there's only 2 co-chairs. It's the time of year where we need to establish the process for next year's election cycle. And so I want to thank both commissioners for volunteering to chair. And so today will be the last day that I engage in kind of the facilitation of the conversation. I wanted to get everyone centered around the process. The process is outlined in our bylaws on page 5, and the bylaws are included in the virtual folder for us. And so quickly, 2 meetings prior to the last regular meeting of the fiscal year, the Commissioner Chair shall appoint an election committee. And so this happens annually at our February meeting where we identify who will be chairing the Elections Committee. And the responsibility of the Elections Committee is to facilitate the officer elections for the chair and vice chair. At our April meeting, we will have self-nomination forms where anyone, and I'll stress anyone with the exception of commissioners who are identified as students, can self-nominate to run for the chair or vice chair role. Once the nominations are collected, at least 20 days prior to the last meeting, so prior to our June meeting, the committee will communicate in writing all of the nominees for the various office. The bylaws need to be updated because it says by secret ballot. Our vote that happens in June is not by secret ballot. It's a vote. It is a voice vote for everyone who is here. And to vote in the elections, you need to be physically present because online participation is participation, but those votes aren't included in the quorum. So with that, I would also highlight where it says it shall be by secret ballot, given it's a public meeting. That's an adjustment we need to make to our bylaws. I would also suggest for your consideration at a future meeting. Right now, the terms of officers are 1 year. And so each year, we're electing a new officer. We have 5 meetings. There's a lot of learning curve, I would say. And so by the time you understand, oh, this is the button to hit to turn my mic on, the year is over. Full transparency, I'll be nominating myself to continue on in the role, but I would suggest that we consider amending the bylaws for subsequent elections. So beginning the 25 year to consider potentially a 2-year term, given we have 4-year appointments. That allows everyone to have an understanding of, one, the commitment that you will be making as an officer, but then also sufficient time in the role to feel confident in facilitating all the responsibilities of the various chairs. And so, again, I'm terming out in 26, so yeah, 8 years. And so I wanted to make these comments in full transparency based on experiences during my time here, but also wanted to ensure that, like, not recommending it for the last time I'm eligible for an officer role, and so something to consider in the future for the full body.
The question I have is, when I was reading the bylaws, I think that I know that if you're a CBE member, which is a student board member or whatever for the CDE, it's 1 year. And when I checked mine for like Rachel's and I think ours is 1 year. But if we were to want to be a part of the advisory council again, would we have to be reappointed? What does that process look like? Because I know that when I read, it said adults who are on the commissioners have a maximum of 2 terms. And I was like, what about us though? Can we get that advantage?
I think I'm going to have to figure out some system where I get a piece of candy or social media like every time you ask a question I don't know the answer to. Because of the statute, we need to confer with CDE and do some research. And so I don't want to speak without knowing. I don't believe, that being said, I don't believe that there is anything that prohibits student commissioners from seeking reappointment and going through the process again.
Commissioner Hayakawa, as a comment.
I just wanted to give Commissioner Chair Tostin a piece of candy. But I want to, it's not a motion yet, but I want to just voice my agreement with your suggestion of making the officer terms for 2 years instead of the current one. I think that makes so much sense, and I'm surprised that wasn't already the case. So yes. And then also I would have to say, I would agree that I would hope that the student commissioners would have the same opportunity for an additional term, just as the adults do. So I hope that we can figure that one out. And if not, make a change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I kind of scratch that, what I said earlier. I just read the bylaw and it says this. Section 3, student members what is it? Oh, it says student members will serve a 2-year term, alternating new members every other year. Commission will appoint new student members at the last meeting of the fiscal year. So meaning that technically, I would be able to serve 2 terms, basically. Yeah.
2 years.
Okay, great.
And we will need to honor this, since it needs to be alternating years, or so that we are having some overlap. Since both of our current student commissioners began at the same time, at some point we're going to have to adjust our rhythm to be able to honor the bylaws and the statute. Don't know how to logistically do that, but at some point, whether it is at some point we're going to have to figure out how to honor what's written in the bylaws and statute.
Great.
So in terms of next steps, we've anointed new co-chairs for our election committee. And we learned from last year to have 2 co-chairs because Janine had to, or Commissioner Topolin had to be away from us on the day we were having the election. And we had 1 point of success. And so this year, we have co-chairs for the election committee. Commissioner Topolin, if I could ask if you're willing to provide any mentorship as questions may arise for the logistics behind the scenes, if I could refer Commissioners Michaud and Wilkins to you.
Of course, anytime.
And so I think Denise is in the room. Denise, I can't see her through the monitor.
We did get the nomination form from Denise already, and we've already updated it. So we're ready to go for next meeting.
Awesome.
My work on this committee is done. All right, any additional items for conversation related to the elections committee? Okay, so we have notes around the areas of bylaw that we want to adjust I will target that for our August meeting. That's more of our operational meeting. So in August, we can introduce any proposed amendments to the bylaws. And with that, thank you, sirs. We will close the elections committee. All right, and now, how do we get back to our regular agenda? Oh, we just started. So I would like to officially open item 8. General public comment. Any commissioners who have left the dais, we're back on the regular agenda now. And so we have posted the deck for public comment, or the contact information for public comment. And I would ask any members in the room, members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment, to please line up. Seeing no members of the public in the room, I will close public comment in the room, and we will just hold for a beat for any public comments online.
There are no callers.
Okay, with that, I will close the public comment session. Thank you, everyone, for your investment of time and your attention today. We have a full agenda tomorrow. One slight adjustment to the agenda. In the morning, we will have a swearing in of Commissioner Oyakawa, and then the rest of the agenda will follow as publicly displayed. So the last meeting, I made a random statement around wanting a gavel, or just how cool it would be to have a gavel, and it just showed up today. I don't know how many wishes we get. So just in case there's 3, which is typically the rules, like world peace, and I'm torn between my hair or Powerball numbers. We'll go Powerball because then you can make the hair happen. So Public Commission, Jeannie, wherever you are, thank you for the gavel. I will adjourn our meeting today. Take care, everyone.